How are you doing, folks? Good morning. Happy New Year. Happy, Wednesday? What day of the week is it? It's Wednesday. Wednesday sounds good. Howdy, howdy. Grab all of these. Let's open a Mewtwo pack or two. Your brain-melting moment of the day, if you're one of my former Marvel Stat players or current Marvel Stat players or whatever, is there are people unironically in my mentions on the Bird app telling me that Pokemon Pocket's daily chores to complete your missions are more tedious than Marvel Snap. It's so strange to me. I completely understand preferring Marvel Snap's gameplay to Pokemon Pocket's gameplay, because their gameplay is very different. Like, Pocket's a more traditional card game. I completely get people that bounced off of Pocket's gameplay. I get that's super subjective, but just like, it's so wild to me how people could just completely reject reality and just make up whatever they want to make up for the sake of feeling better about something that's subjective that they enjoy. I really like the Aerodactyl Farfetch'd build of the Fighting Core. I posted a highlight with that yesterday on the Pocket channel, and I called it the best build of the fighting deck, and I agree. I stand by that. There are no chores in Pocket, though. One of the arguments I was given is that the animations while opening packs is too long. And I asked them to run a timer and tell me exactly how long it takes them, and they responded with, it doesn't matter how long it actually takes, it feels too long. And I was like, well, thanks for letting me know we should be done having this conversation. Fighting all the solo battles is kind of a chore. The solo battle event is the closest thing Pocket has to actual chores, and the fundamental saving grace of that feature is you can press auto battle and ignore it. If you had to actively be engaged, if I could press auto battle and get all my snap chores done while pushing a button once every, I don't know, 10 minutes over the course of my day and just not have to worry about it, it wouldn't be a big deal at all. That is the singular longest thing Pocket has you do, and it does not remotely require your undivided attention. And more importantly, it doesn't waste another human being's time. One of the really frustrating thing about Marvel Snap chores is that Marvel Snap chores ruined an entire game queue. Like, you can't play Proving Ground games in Marvel Snap without half of your games being against people that don't even want to play the game. They're just farming missions against you. Krakens, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Direct support is a big part of why this is able to be my job. Thanks for keeping me around. Oh, is there a mission to open? Well, I gotta open 5 Mythical Island boosters. All right, fine. I guess I'll waste some pack points on Mythical Island. If we open 5 there, we get a free pack. Okay, thank you for pointing that out. I was not paying attention to those last night when I scrolled through them. Paper Darth, thank you for the gifted subs. That's super generous of you. Good morning, good morning. Happy New Year. Chris MCE, thank you for the brand new Prime. It's great to see the new support for Pocket. I want this game to be my primary focus as we head into the new year, and I'm hoping that the support around it allows it to be so. Those direct bits of Prime support are a big part of my income. Thanks for keeping me around. I think we're going to play this Arbok Weezing deck in the tournament today. We are well into the release Oh, did you get some Echo Jeff? Apologies for the Echo Jeff. Let me fix that. My audio settings were wrong. I realized as soon as the Echo Jeff happened. Hey, good morning, cows. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, I'm really happy with how our tier list video turned out today. I think the editor knocked the visuals out of the park as always, and our flow is really down. Do you think Leaf is necessary in the Arrow Duck build? I think a significant portion of the power in the Pikachu decks and the fighting decks is a significant portion of the power in the Pikachu decks and fighting decks is their ability to bob and weave the right Pokemon up to the active spot, depending on the situation, and being able to do that without spending energy is important. Them finding their Growlithe is scary. We'll see how quickly they get it built up here or not. That's pretty good. If they have Arcanine plus X speed, we could be in trouble next turn. Need some time to get Tauros set up. We could be okay, I guess. So what's the timing here? Let's say they go Energy X Speed next turn. They clear this. I put this up, put second Energy. They clear this, I clear back, and then they don't really have another good attacker set up. We might be okay if they have Arcanine X Speed. Morning, Senna. Morning, Stefan. Ooh, they're splitting the difference. That seems decent for us. So what's the cycle like on this Weezing? We go tackle, they take 10 from poison down to 50, they pass back. So they're gonna need to pull this out this turn, which if they pull this out this turn and put up Charizard, they're not gonna have enough fire energy to burninate my entire board, which is pretty great. Do I want room for an Ekans here? Maybe? It's pretty unlikely that they have red card in their Charizard deck too, so. If they don't have their EXs, they're in a pretty bad way. And even if they do have a big thing set up here, I think we're in a pretty favorable position. I haven't touched the PvE event yet. None of the cards in the promo pack are playable, the mechanically unique ones, so I'm not really worried about it. I actually have a Blastoise EX deck in my deck editor that I want to give a try to. Hopefully we have, I'll probably play that today between rounds. Isn't promo Snivy better? No, I think the 10 extra points of HP is significantly better than the more energy efficient attack. You don't want to be attacking with Snivy regardless. And surviving 2 stretch kicks from Hitmonlee is more important than an attack you're basically never going to use. With Arcanine and Charizard, we're probably in trouble. I guess maybe Giovanni means we're not. I want to play out the other Tauros to play around Sabrina, clearing our energy here. Does the new Eevee move the needle at all? No, new Eevee is worse than the flip coins deal damage Eevee. I might have to make a new Snivy command. $70 HP is an important breakpoint to survive 2 stretch kicks. You aren't attacking with the card anyways. Just we're a little bit too short here. The opponent had, this game was pretty close considering how strong our opponent's draw was. But with Charizard and Arcanine and enough Moltres hits to power up both, I think we're going to be overpowered by just a little bit here. Moltres just has such a hefty HP pool. It's tough to get through. We do have a copy of Sabrina, but I don't think that matters. I don't know. Don't have any outs here with them having the Charmander on their bench as well. The opponent. Why wouldn't you attack with the slash? I guess you have the Crimson's turn next turn anyway, so it doesn't matter. Alright, I always try and make sure the adverts on the Twitch side don't happen over the top of gameplay. So we're going to take a brief pause for the cause and let those run for a couple of minutes. If you're on the YouTube side, I ask that you please tap the like button on the live stream. If you're here bright and early, probably enjoy what I do. It's a great way for you to support it. We'll see you at 120 seconds. We're going to play one set with this dark deck to warm up a little bit and make sure I want to play it in the tournament. And then we'll probably go on to some other brews until the tournament starts in a couple hours. Starts at noon Central Time. You don't like Mew in this deck list. We can talk about Mew versus Tauros in a minute when the ads are done, so people don't miss it. I think it's a good discussion to have. You play Baron Park. It's a board game. I have not. Hey, Fire Emblem, thanks for the brand new Prime. So, a big question that you need to ask yourself when building decks in Pokemon Pocket right now is, which tools do you want to play as your supplementary Pokemon attackers? And Tauros, our new Tauros, as well as Mew, are probably two of the most common tools you're going to reach for in your toolbox to help you hedge common matchups. So whether you should play Tauros or Mew depends on which matchups you're interested in hedging. So Mew EX specifically helps you hedge your Mewtwo matchup, and to a lesser extent Charizard, because that deck's not nearly as popular. It helps you hedge the matchups where your opponent's going to have a big attack that you're good to get them with. Whereas Tauros hedges your Pikachu matchup because it clears Pikachu EX in one. It hedges opposing copies of Mew EX, and it hedges Celebi so long as you have space to pair it with Giovanni, or in this deck's case, Weezing's Gas Leak plus Koga, or Leaf. So it largely comes down to which matchups do you think need more help in your deck, or do you want to win more frequently? And take this deck, for example. I think Tauros is significantly better than Mew EX in this deck because my dark attacking deck already lines up really well into Mewtwo. I have a type advantage there, and I have good efficient attackers that run them down before they get set up. So I would much rather play a third attacker in this deck that helps the Pikachu matchup and Celebi matchup be better, because I expect those to be more challenging than the Psychic matchup where I have an edge already. Now, I haven't done any of the PvE event yet. The cards aren't relevant in a competitive sense. There's two mechanically unique cards, but I would be shocked if either of them were played. I'll do them eventually, but I'm not really in a rush. No, new Snivy is worse than old Snivy. You're almost never attacking with Snivy, and you'd rather have more HP on the bench in a Hitmonlee metagame. Dr. Hisbine, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate the support. Appreciate all the folks that have checked out our new tier list video today, breaking down the most popular decks in Pocket and how strong or weak they are. Had a lot of positive comments on there that it's one of the best tier list videos they've ever seen for Pocket, and I'm a little biased, but I tend to agree. Feel like we nailed the flow of everything, covering all the decks in about 16 minutes. Just clips along well, and the editor really nailed the flow of the visuals. Hey, Lisa, I'm a big fan of the Farfetch build of the Mars Shadow deck. I posted a highlight with that yesterday, calling it the best build of fighting, and I stand by that evaluation. Yeah, the Blastoise promo art is sweet. It's just sad that it's on regular Blastoise, who is completely unplayable, as opposed to Blastoise EX, who is only mostly unplayable. I would be very surprised if new Eevee is better than being able to occasionally flip a bunch of heads. I'm going to... Am I going to evolve this Arbok? I actually can't decide here. So I have Leaf here. There's some question on if I evolve, I survive a Ninetales, but I also lose to the Ninetales anyways if they have Blaine, but there could be value in forcing them to Blaine. I think I want to force them to Blaine. I don't think I want to play out any other bench Pokemon here. So I'm not sure exactly how I want to structure my bench yet. They're an Arcanine deck. This Tauros could have value. And this is good with Koga. I definitely prefer new Koffing. Being able... Koffing... and this is the thing a lot of these basic Pokemon come down to. Is like, you're not using their attack a lot of the time. And new Koffing, giving you the option to fish up a second Koffing has a lot of value. Having 2 Koffings is really good when you're Kogaing. I think the impressive part is how much information you got into such a short video without feeling rushed. Thanks, Dog Lightning. Yeah. One of the things I try to do is never... I try to never pad my videos for the sake of hitting an ad roll time, basically. Which is something that happens on YouTube a lot. Alright, I think we're doing this now. And I think I'm getting Tauros powered up because of the Arcanine. I don't think I'm giving the knockout point here. I think I'm going to leaf back to the Weezing. So we hit him with the Gas Leak, we tackle, and then even if they Blaine this down, they're not going to have any energy on this. This is one of the reasons why you don't see these 2 cards together a lot, because Ninetale requires constant investment. So if they're going to keep attacking with this, they don't have time to build this up. Yeah, so they clear this, but they're going to 40. So second Weezing here clears this with an energy, and then the Arcanine's up, but it has no energy on it, so we're going to have time to build Tauros to clear this. Play the other Ekans out, so we could potentially have a full health Arbok. That was a waste of a click. Just habit. Sorry. And we have Gas Leak into Tackle, into Koga, clear you out next turn with the Tauros. I wonder if they're a Moltres deck, and they're playing, like, Moltres with Ninetales, Blaine, and Arcanine. That could be interesting. I definitely don't think you can play these 2 cards together as the only attackers, but they could be a Moltres build that just didn't happen to get the Moltres. Tauros really feels like it actively solves problems this decade. This archetype was so close to competitive last season. It just really needed a good third Pokemon, and like Muck and Weezing were just like only okay. We're going second. I think while going second, we'll lead on Snake here. Since we have Arbok teed up in hand. I don't like putting the second Ekans on my bench right away. Because, I usually want a Tauros and a second Coughing, ideally. We finished 5-3 for top 64 in the tournament with the Executor deck. Had some medium beats at the end. A lot of good games, though. Deck generates some quality games of Pokemon Pocket. So, with our Arbok on curve here, they should be in a lot of trouble, yeah? We cracked them for 60, they're locked in, they can't get to Thundering Hurricane. And then, unless they have a potion, they're just dead. Isn't Centiskorch better than Arcanine? Not at all. So, Centiskorch requires 4 energy to attack rather than 3. Which is an entire turn in Pokemon Pocket, generally speaking. Arcanine decks have a proven pedigree of being successful inside of some of Pokemon Pocket's largest tournaments. While Centiskorch has a few sporadic results, but largely isn't consistent. If we draw another Arbok, we're gonna put the Ekans on the bench. How this is lined up so far, I don't think I don't think I'm likely to be a Tauros matchup. So I think I'm gonna put the energy on here in case we top deck the Arbok, and we'll crack him with the corner for our first 2 knockout points here. I think literally the only reason the Golem deck has put up any results is because the combination of Marshadow and Hitmonlee are incredibly powerful into Pokemon Pocket's current meta decks. And Golem just takes that fighting core and makes it significantly worse than the other options you could be playing that core in. Alright, at this point, Tauros is the only other basic in my deck, so we can play it out for posterity's sake to give us flexibility into a copy of Sabrina. The rare Charizards are 1 in 500 packs, have the crown rares in them. Hey, thanks, Chucks. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, we're making card game content and teaching here on the internet for a long time. I'm glad it comes through. I mean, I even said in the tier list video that the Golem deck is less bad than the Dragonite deck, but they're both pretty bad. Like, for people that missed the meta review video, the Golem deck is literally the worst performing popular deck in Pocket's short tournament history that we've ever had. And that was after Celebi had a really abysmal weekend. Like, it was 6% of our starting field in the 4 largest tournaments last weekend, and it was less than 2% of the top finishing deck lists. It had an atrocious conversion rate. Really, really bad. I don't know. I think a lot of, and this is the thing, right? And this is where you could separate people that understand how to evaluate card games from people that don't. I wonder how it won the Ursi tournament if it was so bad. Something that consistently people don't seem to get is everyone will acknowledge that a good player with a good deck can run bad and not do well in a tournament because card games have variance by design. However, people always seem to ignore or reject the idea that a good player with a bad deck can play well and run well and do well in a tournament because of variance also. So the idea that deck spiked a tournament, so ergo it's good, is really just not true. People put way too much stock into the results of what made top cut, what got exactly first, and refuse to look at it and acknowledge, okay, what does the average case scenario look like? What is happening most of the time when people play this deck? You need to look at your samples as a whole, not just focus on the extremes, not just focus on the outliers. Celebi and Golem this season, I think, really highlight and show how damaging people misrepresenting things like that in content are. I would wager a significant amount of those opinions that you hear about those decks are related to the fact that you could go find probably half a dozen or a dozen YouTube videos about Golem and Celebi talking about how they're the best things since sliced bread, they're the new best deck, they're taking the format by storm for all these different various reasons. And then when you push comes to shove and you look at what the actual metrics with them are, it's like, oh, this doesn't look very good. Our draw is super awkward. Honestly, playing this deck in the random queue is probably a bad choice today because they just gave a bunch of people a new copy of Moltres, and I bet this deck's Charizard matchup isn't insane. But the Charizard matchup not being insane isn't something I'm really worried about in a tournament setting, so it's not something I'm gonna adjust the deck to change. Yeah, I think they gave a bunch of people a copy of Moltres for the first time. So I think I'm going to go ahead and submit this for the tournament, but I think we'll probably move on to working on something else here on stream. That could be a little bit more favorable into this kind of stuff. Yeah, we are never beating a Senti Scorch in our off-meta brew, and that doesn't mean that we should change our deck because Senti Scorch isn't super popular. Might be in a vacuum a little bit more popular this morning. Sorry, when I said free Moltres, if you buy the premium pass, it comes with a promo Moltres, is the promo card for the new month. Senti Scorch is a slept on card. It's not slept on at all. In fact, Senti Scorch is one of those cards like Dragonite that people pretty regularly enter tournaments with and pretty regularly do poorly with. Why did that Moltres Heat Wave have 2 colorless energy? Did I miss something? Yeah, you missed the fact that Moltres has always had 2 colorless energy. Hop on the mic this morning. Let's Pokeball first here, because I'm looking to draw War Turtle and Blastoise. With 2 Misties, I almost want to power up the Tauros to start here. It's close, though. Misties can easily break you up. Hey, Spellslinger, thank you for the almost 6 years. That's such a long time. Welcome back. 2 streams in a row. What's going on, Tubos? Good morning, good morning. Shouldn't these decks that lose to big boys like Charizard and stuff play 1 Mew for good measure? If the Dark deck was bad against Mewtwo, I would agree with you, but the Dark deck's really good against Mewtwo. And Charizard's not remotely popular. It's generally speaking sub 5% of the metagame share inside of the tournament setting that I'm playing in. So you're right. If Charizard was one of the big 3, you would need to play Mew to hedge the matchup, but if Charizard's not a common deck, you don't really need to play it. As I often talk about, you definitely shouldn't adjust your deck every single time you lose a bad matchup. Okay, nice. So if I didn't hit the War Turtle here, I would have, if I didn't hit the War Turtle Blastoise, I would have started powering up Tauros, because I could have gone first energy, they knock this out, second Tauros goes up, second energy, they knock it out, Tauros finishes. But now that I have my boy Blue guaranteed, says local man about to be red carded, we could just work on that. Yes, the most successful Moltres Fire decks recently have been Arcanine, is exactly correct. Wonton Disciple, thank you for that brand new Prime, appreciate it. I think we just put Tauros up here. Ah, Misty would have gotten us. Well then. Conkles, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Pretty solid matchup for us. Blastoise's Hydro Bazooka doesn't care about no Mew, and it clears everything in this deck in one go. It's worth noting that while Misty was amusing here, we actually didn't need the Misty, right? I could have just put 2 energy on this Blastoise over the 2 turns and leafed this out, and then we would have won the game quite easily still. Got me for 100. I would like to return the favor for 160. Yeah, Blastoise not KOing itself when there's an opposing view has a lot of value. Are there any good water decks without Misty? So Misty is such a powerful effect that literally any deck that could play Misty tends to just be better with Misty. There was a Starmie Greninja deck that put up some okay results early on that wasn't playing Misty, but even in decks that aren't playing a big high roll card that wants a lot of energy like Blastoise, Misty still tends to be a pretty ideal inclusion, in large part due to the fact that she gives you a chance to take back first energy advantage. While she's obviously a variance effect, her effect can swing games in a big way. Yeah, you basically always want that style of an effect. Wonder if I'm supposed to build this Tauros up. I think I am, without the War Turtle Insight. Because this threatens to clear Pikachu EX. I think I'm gonna put 2 on here before we build. We build up our boy Blue. Feels like we're in a good spot. This is the kind of basic idea behind this deck. Tauros can be a 100 hit point thing that can stall and buy us time, but it could also just be an attacker in the Pikachu and the Celebi matchup. I don't know, maybe we'd have been better off just gambling that we'd go all in on this, but I like that Tauros gives us the flexibility to do more than one thing here. If Giovanni to clear this Tauros? I do not. Would love to draw a copy of Leaf. What an easy game this Pokemon Pocket is, chat. Just draw the cards you want. And then Raichu, even with a Giovanni, does not one-shot Blastoise. They only do 170. So they have no knockout points, so I just go ahead and do this. And then if they clear Blastoise, Tauros clears the Pikachu on the way back. I like the idea of this build a lot. And not just because Blastoise is the best Kanto starter. I think from a theory perspective, this deck's doing some appealing things. Let's go ahead and take a brief pause for the cause while we let some adverts roll. We're gonna play some more of this. We're gonna be playing the Dark deck in the tournament that's coming up in about 90 minutes, but I think we're gonna work on this up until then. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere this morning. Happy New Year's Day. Beating Pikachu without high rolling a Misty is pretty appealing. Wow. I know a way to lose a sword when I see one. Don't you dare slander Squirtles, gamers. Alright, let's get my deck list queued up here on the Limitless site. Afterthought, thank you for the 40 months. I appreciate that. Afterthought, thank you for the 40 months. I appreciate that. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, the lack of full art research is real sad. I think those questions are always so strange. Jeff, if your opponent had taken different lines, would you have taken different lines? Yes, I am a relatively experienced TCG player who would have adjusted my play appropriately to how my opponent played the game out. We almost always want to lead on Drudagon in this deck. I'm gonna chill on the Tauros for now to play around to Sabrina, I think. What is your thought on Professor's research in general? It seems like a lot of card games, like Pot of Greed and specifically, have it banned, and every deck in this game being forced to have 18 cards is weird. It's actually not true that every deck in this game is forced to have 18 cards. It's actually more accurate to say every deck in this game is forced to have 16 cards. I think it is definitely true that this game is... What's the best way to put it? It's clear to me from a design perspective, they intend for every deck in Pokemon Pocket to play Professor's Research and likely Pokeball as well. These are not cards that happen to pop up and are causing the game to be imbalanced after the fact. It is almost assuredly the design choice of the people that structured this game initially, that they're expecting, okay, these are cards people are going to play as cores in their decks. Everybody playing a copy of Professor's Research, to use comparisons from other games, is very different from, say, every deck playing Gitaxian Probe and Magic the Gathering, or every deck playing Shang-Chi and Marvel Snap. Research and Pokeball are almost assuredly intended to be cards that add an element of consistency to everything that is going on in the game. Yes, I agree with the comment in chat too, that it's also not wholly accurate to say that their research is just a free draw to, because using your supporter for the turn does have a real cost. Hey, morning, Giggity. I really need a full art stage 1 for the Kanto Pokemon chat. It's so sad that it's the only one among them that isn't nice and pretty. We're actually not gonna research because they're playing Chatot. I saw a video today with Charizard, Chatot, and Fossils. There has been a lot of YouTube clickbait talking about how playing Chatot with Fossils is broken. None of the stats we have from tournaments back up the idea that playing Chatot with Fossils is a competitive strategy. In fact, quite the opposite. After the Chatot Fossil Gyarados clickbait went off on YouTube last week or during release week, it's been played in a bunch of the tournaments and it's had very bad results inside of them. So, quite the opposite. Stats show that it's likely very bad. Our one copy of Giovanni here will enable Hydro Bazooka to clear Pidgeot EX in one, which sounds lovely. In general, I will point out that every single deck in Pocket's short-lived history that tries to be all in on attacking with a single Pokemon tends to not be very good once push comes to shove and people are actually playing it in real competitive events. It's one of the reasons why I like the idea of this deck that I'm playing a lot, because we're not all in on Blastoise. I think Drudagon plus Tauros can carry you in a number of matchups right now, in addition to them being good setup front lines for Blastoise. What about Gyarados? Isn't the Gyarados deck all in as well? No, the good Gyarados deck is a Greninja Gyarados deck. Gyarados is a very reasonable attacker on its own that also helps supplement Gyarados as well. No, it's not remotely worth adding fire energy to this deck. You need 4 water energy on Blastoise to attack for 160. Or 170 in this case. Yeah, Chatot's the type of effect that I think is tough to evaluate, because while drawing cards and sculpting your hand is obviously a powerful effect, your attack that you get every turn is an important resource in Pokemon Pocket. Giving up your attack to sculpt your hand is not free. Could you run 1 Mew instead of 1 Tauros, or just run a Sabrina or something and only have 5 basics? I really can't emphasize enough how much you are making your Pokemon Pocket decks worse if you are constantly cutting basic Pokemon from them. Another one of those things that's panned out to basically always be true in Pocket's short-lived history is that every time good decks get optimized, they're optimizing to playing more basic Pokemon, not less. And going back to that, you want a diverse range of strategies to not be all in on one thing. I don't want to cut Tauros from this deck. I want to be able to attack with Tauros in a number of matchups because it's a good secondary plan when Blastoise doesn't come together or Blastoise isn't enough to win the game on its own. Stop trying to make your decks more linear and only do one thing. Make sure they have a diverse range of strategies so you can attack your opponents in a variety of ways. Your decks are easier to counter when they only do a singular thing. In general, I like playing 6 basics in a lot of decks. There are some builds where I think playing 5 basics is fine, but 5 is the absolute floor. Orc Vash, thank you for the half a year. I really appreciate that. Anna Moyne, thank you for the 1.5 years. Like one of your finest Squirtles, please. Awkward. I would not be surprised if long-term the Hitmonlee Marshadow Shell continues to grow in popularity and eventually becomes one of the more popular decks in the format. Ooh, our Tauroses might noodle each other this game. Can I show that on Twitch? What if we're playing a mirror if they're the Greninja build? There's a build of Drudagon, which inspired this build that I'm playing. There's a build of Drudagon Tauros Greninja that's pretty reasonable in the format as well that people have been playing. That's when I was like, oh, I wonder if I could build that, but with Blastoise as a finisher. Alright, we'll probably see what their third Pokemon line is here. Wow, chat. Imagine this. Imagine me streaming a deck to 1,000 people on the internet and immediately queuing into a mirror match. There's only 2 possible options for this. 1, this person is a viewer, or 2, the matchmaking is clearly rigged. Obviously, we'll never know the answer and have to go with the conspiratorial idea. What's going on, King Bolo? Thank you for the absolutely massive super chat. It's an incredible amount of support. Good morning, good morning. And yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. One of the things I always talk about is when I ask someone why a deck is good or bad, and the only thing they can tell me is, well, I won with the deck, or well, I'm doing well with the deck, or I won a streak, it feels like they didn't understand the question. Anybody, especially a good player, could win with almost anything. Just putting up a small streak in the random matchmaking queue doesn't mean anything. Maybe both players are independently genius. That's true too, actually. I mean, like I said, this core is just loosely based off of... This core is just loosely based off of the Greninja shell that we've played a bit of. So it would not be surprising to me that someone else would independently come to this conclusion. Hey, thanks, Joey.
Noodly moodly.
This mirror match seems so freaking awkward. Thank you for the biddies, Rhino. Appreciate it. Oh my goodness. They have their double Giovanni, so now I have to leaf this out and put Drudigot up. Oh, you know, I think I actually messed up by not leaving room to build a second Blastoise here. I think we lose this. I also don't know that I'm really interested in continuing to play a mirror. I think they got us the way things have lined up though with their two Tauros. What's the back and forth like here? Like they switch to the other Tauros and clear this without getting knocked out, and then my Tauros can't clear them. And then anytime I put my Blastoise up, their Blastoise is gonna get to hit mine first, and I'm not gonna be able to clear theirs on the back. I think we're dead here. I think it's gonna take a while, but I'm gonna go ahead and give it to them. I'm not really interested in how the mirror plays out. Yeah, the tournament we're playing in today starts in about an hour. I think they still have space for side-ups on Limitless if you're looking for something to do today. Hey, it looks like there's slots available. Oh, I forgot to click the thanks button. Apologies, opponent. Yeah, we're gonna play the Wheezing Tauros deck today. I liked that one yesterday when we were playing it. We'll see how it feels in a more competitive environment. There's good deck building theory behind it. Fighting gamer. Hopefully this Pokeball finds a Druddigon for us to switch to. Not exactly the droid we're looking for, but it's better than another Squirtle. Hey, there's our dragons. Or do they not have another basic? Well, that's real good for the home team. Average Misty Gabriel. In a tournament, can you change decks or change cards in your decks? Not typically. I think with no War Turtle inside, I'm going to start building up this other Tauros on my bench. Generally speaking, the tournaments that I personally make time to enter are ones that are single deck best of 3. There's a few different formats that the community runs, but those are the most common and they're ones that I personally enjoy the most. Alright, switch to Sandshrew means we're going to leaf out to Druddigon here for sure. Looking for a War Turtle. Oh. What's your favorite full art card from an art perspective? I really like the full art Alakazam. Although Starmie is great too. Most of the full arts in this game are stellar. Like them a lot. Hello, toddler girl. Good morning. You're playing Paw Patrol?
Yeah.
You on a roll? I think we play out the other Druddigon here to play around another copy of Sabrina. Yeah. You work really hard, you can find all the pup badges in your levels, okay? We need War Turtle this turn, yeah? Unfortunately, a game where Tauros isn't a meaningful attacker and we're bricked on War Turtle, I think means we're just dead. Yeah.
If Jeff wants to play, I get to
I suppose there's a world where... we put this up for a turn and then retreat it. But we do get cleared by a Giovanni here, which is likely. Let Dex play one copy of that. Yeah, GG opponent. Not a whole lot we could do here. Needed our teenage turtle. He must have been off with Donatello. Average stage 2 deck experience. Yeah, I think that game's a good example of why most decks that try to lean on a stage 2 as their primary attacker tend to never just be top tier. We have Tauros as a backup plan, but our opponent's deck both didn't have EX Pokemon and was super effective into Tauros, so our backup plan was not worthwhile there. When you're sitting down here in my office, you need to leave these on here. If you want to play with the Joy-Cons off, you should go upstairs to your table, okay? You can have mommy and brothers help you set up. They're both up there. Or they're all up there, I should say. Alright, this Pokeball is 50% to be a Squirtle. Which is better to play first, Professor's Research or Pokeball? Like most interesting games and card games, the answer to that question is, it depends. If you want to draw more basic Pokemon with your research, you should play Research first. If you want to draw more non-basic cards with your research, you should play Pokeball first. So a good example of this is the Fighting Farfetch decks frequently want to draw 2 different basics, so a lot of the time in that deck, you'll research before you Pokeball. Good job, toddler girl. One of the things that's really appealing about Blastoise from a power level perspective is Blastoise is actually pretty good when you're going first on the play, because he has a 2 energy attack on a stage 2. So if you evolve right into him, you can surf on your 3rd turn. It's pretty appealing. Okay, enjoy your bagel. Thanks for coming down to see me. Did you go potty this morning? You should make sure to go potty, please, toddler. Oh, and the toddler left the door to my room open. Average toddler experience. I think we're just putting Blastoise up here. They don't have any other Pokemon. They'll get to Heat Tackle me, but then I'll clear them, and I have 80 HP left, which they probably can't clear before I run them down. For people who are new to the channel, my wife and I have three little ones. They are 10, 9, and 4. Pretty good people. I can't imagine they get anything set up that deals 80 damage with 1 energy. So I wager we should be in a decent spot here. Yeah, it's gonna be real far off of being relevant. Oh my goodness, and they're just counting on me not having another copy of Leaf. Well, I mean, I guess if they Heat Tackle me, I don't even need the Leaf, yeah? Are they just gonna, like, not attack and hope that this tempos me? Alright, enjoy your knockout point. I'm gonna take a couple for myself now. Surf's up, bro. And then this is weak to water, and the evolution only has 130, so weakness plus bazooka plus Giovanni clears it even without 5 energy. Cowabunga. Is this the cow in the Cowabunga? Oh, it is only 120. Okay, I don't even need the Geo. Good stuff. That means we knock it out through Sabrina. I haven't played with or against this card much yet. Don't ask me to tell you what it does. Well, if they have Leaf Fear. Okay. That takes Blastoise 2 hits unless I get a Misty Heads. 1 in 5 to draw Misty, 50% hit head, so 1 in 10 to clear this Moltres next turn. Poital. Just keep blasting, blasting, blasting. Just keep blasting. Doot, doot, doot. Leaf is objectively the best card to release in Mythic Island. It's very, very good. Incredibly powerful and went into a bunch of different decks. Yeah, I would say Mew EX is number 2. Gosh, I'm gonna talk myself into playing this Blastoise deck in a tournament and then hating myself, aren't I? I can feel it, chat. Blastoise only has to feel close to playable for me to talk myself into it. I love this card so much. Right, we're playing the dark deck today. I'm not auto bullying in an hour. I'm locking in the Tauros deck in an hour. However, I think I'm gonna play in another event tomorrow while we're live, and this might be tomorrow's deck. All right, I have some adverts. There's the deck list. I'm gonna go close my door real quick. Don't go anywhere. Tournament today starts in about 50 minutes. We're gonna be working on other off-meta things for future tournaments in the meantime, in between time. Blastoise, send it. Yep. You need to play it in the tournament so it can make D tier in the next roundup video. Exactly. This deck also gets to play a bunch of my favorite full arts. And I have my full art Blastoise's double flared, which is lovely. Tier list videos having solid metrics today. Comments are pretty positive. A lot of folks have said it's the best tier list they've ever seen posted for Pocket. I'm a little biased, but I tend to agree. I think the editor really nailed our visual flow this time around. to give YouTube an advert too. Do that real quick. Their ads are shorter. Stop on into another game, huh? I'm hooked on the Stoice chat. All right, the Celebi matchup is a place where it might make sense to put energy on Tauros to start. We have 2 copies of Giovanni in our deck, so Tauros can clear Celebi in one go. Let's go ahead and Misty here, see if she makes this choice easy. She does not. We'll see. I have a turn to decide where we put our first energy. If we don't have War Turtle and Blastoise on deck, we might invest in the Tauros. It might just be right to invest in it regardless. Oh, do they not have a Celebi? A couple people were asking on the tier list roundup why the sample Celebi list only had 1 Snivy. This is a big part of why. You really just don't want to have openers like this in this deck. It's real bad for you. Okay, there's the Celebi. Yeah, without a War Turtle or Blastoise in sight, I think I am definitely just powering up Tauros here. Put our second energy on here, so it's just like primed and ready to go at any point. Now we'll start building up the Squirtle to give us flexible options. Oh, I made a new Snivy command that I must have typed it. I don't think the new Snivy is likely good. I think in most situations, you don't want to be attacking with Snivy to begin with, and having 70 HP on the bench means you survive 2 Hitmonlee stretch kicks or 2 Blitzel Zebstrika hits, which is really relevant. Because they're attacking a Drudagon, I actually don't even need the Giovanni to clear this Celebi here. I would be incredible. I don't think either of the mechanically unique cards in this promo pack are likely to be good. I think the esports Eevee that flips a bunch of coins is likely better as well. Well, we're definitely clearing the Celebi. It's just a question of, do I want to play out this onto my bench? I don't think so. I think I want to leave a spot for another Drudagon here, potentially, to buy more time against the Superior. So War Turtle's our best draw. Professor's Research our second best draw. Drudagon would have been the third best. Playing it out doesn't really help against Sabrina. They're gonna get a knockout point either way, so. All right, 2 War Turtle and a Professor's Research and 6 cards. Also a Drudagon. Drudagon would have let us not be just dead to, Drudagon would have let us not be just dead to a Sabrina. All right, if they, the Celebi. Celebi probably means we're done. They found their second Celebi before we found our first War Turtle. All right, I mean, we were really unlucky, so maybe they'll be equally unlucky. If they hit the 1 coin out of 4, we have a shot here. But dead to Sabrina number 2, dead to 2 coins out of 4. A lot of these decks don't have room for 2 Sabrinas, so probably comes down to the flips here. Lil Broski, thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. And again, I know they low rolled a little bit here, but like, we low rolled an incredible freaking amount to not have War Turtle until we were 5 cards left. Bazooka Blast. Freaking got him. Hi, Jeff. New to your channel and videos. Regarding your red card video, do you show how you arrived at those percentages? They're hypogeometric distribution calculations. It's a probability distribution you could use to calculate the odds of things and decks of playing cards. And no, I don't intend to make a video walking through how to use the hypergeometric distribution because it likely wouldn't be popular. Teaching people to fish is not a high click-through rate on YouTube. So if you Google around how to use a hypergeometric distribution, you should be able to find a tutorial or 2. How much do you bench? Not a lot. Growlithe, Psychic Energy, red card you on 1. Opponent cooking or baked, chat? You be the judge. How much do you bench 3 Pokemon at max? I'm going to use that answer from now on. That's a good one. Did they forget to take Psychic Energy off while adding Mew to their deck? That's probably what happened. That's a good guesstimation. Build up the other Tauros. Yeah, I think the opponent got by the deck editor. What are the good and bad matchups for this deck? I won't do you the disservice of trying to make up nonsense about a matchup table for a deck that we literally just built and has no results. I don't know. We're gonna play some games and maybe develop an opinion about it. But realistically, you need a pretty big sample to have good stats on matchup tables. Our first game where we're leading on Squirtle. Yeah, first energy advantage at least. The Squirtle's probably gonna have to make like a tree and leaf. Ooh, no other basics is a little scuffed. We can get out of dodge next turn, so long as we can avoid... We need to avoid X-Speed, Executor EX, Flip Heads. If that combination of three things happens, we're probably dead to rights. Those are certainly cards they're playing two ofs, though. A little surprised they didn't lead on the Executor. Ideally, we draw another basic Pokemon next turn so we can play around Sabrina. Perfect. One Drudagon, please. We're 50% to get that. Nice. I'm actually not sure who I want to put this energy on. I think it's the War Turtle because they have damage marked on them. If they clear this with their evolution, they'll be at 110 even if they heal from the rough skin, and then Blastoise plus Giovanni knocks it out, yeah? I think that's the line. They need Potion plus Sabrina here to be in a good spot. I think this game is done. I think we're done. I'm gonna play this deck in tomorrow's tournament. I'm locked into the dark deck today, but this has been solid. I like conceptually what this deck is doing a ton. So anyways, I started blasting. Bazooka Blast. All right, Misty Heads ends the game next turn. If they have X speed and hit double heads on Celebi, we could lose if we don't hit heads on Misty. So I have a 50%er to win the game on the spot. We hit it, cool. And if we missed on this, they could have a specific card plus be 1 and 4 to get us. But Misty means we don't have to deal with that game, but we just clean them out. We're looking for War Turtles, so we want a Pokeball first here. Second Drudagon, definitely going to the bench. Honestly, could be a game where we play the second Squirtle out. Blastoise notably does not one-shot Golem when it has its damage resistance up, so I could see a world where this matchup could maybe be tough if we both get online. Rosa, thank you for the 67 months. Not such a long time. Welcome back. Happy New Year. Thanks for the over 5.5 years. What's going on, Parasite? I'm really excited for this game long term. Kiki Cord. Kiki Cord was a deck in a game where we had decades worth of cards to pick from. Pocket's got like a set and a half. I think this game's gonna be insane a couple of years from now when the card pool. I mean, even just the end of 2025, we're gonna have 4 times as many cards in Pocket as we have right now. All right, if we hit a copy of Leaf, we get to clear the Drudagon this turn. This Pokemon Pocket stream is pre-recorded in front of a live studio audience. Please cue the laugh track. Oh my goodness. Speaking of the Pyro Archon, I hit all of my good 50-50 variants last night. I pulled the Archon, Sitlolly, and the Archon's signature weapon, all without spending any money. Actually correct. That's why we haven't hit heads on Misty at all today. Alright, there's Sabrina. Tempo's energy off the Blastoise, but they're still missing Gravelers, so we should be good to go here. Yes, for those that aren't anime enjoyers, those are references to Genshin Impact. Do you think there should be a ranked system in Pokemon Pocket? I think a ranked system that truly measures play skill discourages people from actually playing the game. And I think typical ranked systems like Marvel Snap have and Magic Arena and Hearthstone have don't actually measure your skill. They're just a hamster wheel to encourage you to play more. I think ranked systems as a whole tend to be a huge net negative on the player experience. They encourage you to grind a whole lot, often with decks that you don't find fun, and they're one of the leading causes of burnout in games like Marvel Snap. Enjoying Rivals still. I haven't played a ton of Rivals. I got to Gold 4 playing solo queue and just haven't had time recently. That's one of the reasons I stopped playing Master Duel, yeah. I've talked about this on stream before, but I actually think one of the best design things in Pokemon Pocket is the fact that doing your daily stuff in Pokemon Pocket is very straightforward and fast. The fact that I can log in every day and just open 2 booster packs and do a wonder pick and be free to play optimal means when I'm not really enjoying the metagame or I simply don't have time because I have 3 small children and other obligations in my life, I don't feel like I'm falling behind. I think that part of Pocket's system is so well designed. Definitely played a lot of other games where it feels like, ugh, if I don't want to fall behind here, I have to log in and do my chores, and I don't really have time for it, and I don't want to. And it's great to have a game that's like, hey, Jeff, I actually respect your time. The closest thing Pokemon Pocket has to chores are the PvE events, like the one that started last night, but the fact that you can auto-battle those makes them pretty forgiving. If I had to actually actively be playing the game to do those events, I would view them as problematic, but the fact that I can just, like, largely ignore them and, like, poke auto battle once every couple 4, 5, 10 minutes or whatever means they're whatever. One of the things that is 100% true and the reality of literally every card game is, not even just card games, just live service games in general, is every live service game is eventually going to hit a point where the meta is bad or you're not enjoying it for some reason. And the fact that Pokemon Pocket isn't going to make you play games when you're not having fun is really good for the longevity of the game. The fact that the only time I'm going to load up and actually battle and play games is when I'm like, yeah, playing games sounds fun right now. That's huge. Yeah, that's true too on the auto battle thing. The auto battler system, it takes a couple of days to build the energy back up, right? So it's not even like you have to do it daily, even if you want to be optimal. Like, not only can you auto battle it, but you only have to have, it once in a while. That would be my one request from Ness there on the YouTube side. I would really like the addition of a best of 3 queue somewhere in the client. It would allow the games to feel a little bit more like the tournaments that I enjoy playing. I would like a structured best of 3 where I can queue up with an opponent and we can play multiple games first to win 2 games. I would enjoy that a lot personally. What do you think about a 3-card side deck? As someone who has a big background in Magic the Gathering, I'm a big fan of side decks in between multiple games, but I also don't feel like Pokemon Pocket needs one super heavily, and I would be surprised if tournaments implemented that just because regular Pokemon TCG doesn't do side decks. The only difficult games you've had with this deck are the ones where you haven't got your stage 2. Yeah, and we've even won some of those. I think Blastoise is a card that's felt like it's this close to being competitive every time I've played it. To set an incredibly low bar, this is my favorite Blastoise deck I've played in the 3 months I've been playing Pocket. See, I actually don't think that that's super true, Gap. If you look at the matchup tables for a lot of what's going on in this format, Gyarados is really the only super popular deck that has really polarized matchup tables. Polarized matchups are going to exist in every TCG, but I actually feel like in Pocket's current landscape, it actually has some of the least matchup polarization of any game I've played. I'm gonna leaf this out. Might. I'm gonna wait to make that decision, I think. there any good meta Venusaur decks? There are not, unfortunately. There's too many of Pocket's good decks tend to be delivering big blasts of damage in single goes to make Venusaur's sustain be terribly competitive. I think without a War Turtle draw here, I'm actually going to start powering up Tauros as our first attacker and use Leaf to pull it out. So we'll work up to 2 energy on this before we start building up Blastoise is the plan now. And I'm putting out the second Drudagon here to play around a copy of Sabrina from the opponent. A really noteworthy breakpoint for the Mewtwo matchup is that Drudagon's Rough Skin puts Mewtwo to 130, so Tauros plus Giovanni can knock it out. How close do you think our boy Melmetal is to being really good? I posted a Melmetal highlight last week that I think is this close. It's very similar to Blastoise in that it's a strong base effect, and I feel like the details are just waiting to get figured out. I don't know how they win from here. Because if they mow this down, the Tauros finishes the Mewtwo with the Giovanni, and if they wait indefinitely, Blastoise eventually bazookas it in 1. Maybe they power up Mew. But it feels like they're taking their good sweet time, which is hugely favorable for us. Blastoise's Hydro Bazooka clearing Gardevoir in 1 is relevant as well. I've actually been really impressed with how often the Giovanni 10 extra on Blastoise has felt relevant when we don't have the Bazooka. Yes, Drudagon's Rough Skin allowing you to dodge things like Potion and Erica on your breakpoints is really strong. I bet we're going to see them switch this up and blast this Drudagon and then Tauros plus... God, they're just giving us all the time, chat. I don't know how they win this game giving us infinite time. Blastoise is just so much inevitability. They have Giovanni here. If they have Giovanni and clear this in 1 go, maybe we could be in trouble. But yet, with them not having Giovanni here, I think we're just done. Because this gets to 4 now. So now I'm threatening a Bazooka or a Fighting Tackle after they take this knockout. I don't know how they win the game from here. It feels like they're just unlocked. And at some point, I'll top deck our other copy of Leaf and be able to switch out for free, even if they don't attack us from here. So Tauros takes the first clear, and then Blastoise takes the back. Yeah. Wow. That was impressive. Yeah, we've beaten both Celebi and Pikachu in our run today. Tauros is really good against both Pikachu and Celebi. And honestly, the Drudagon is really good into Pikachu too, because if they Pikachu down Drudagon and their Pikachu's at 100, you only need 3 energy on Blastoise to clear the EX Pikachu on the back crack. I know I said I wasn't gonna audible to this for today. Am I gonna audible to this for today? I'm feeling it, chat. I'm gonna live to regret this decision, but I think I'm feeling it. All right. Fine. Fine. All right, I'm gonna roll an advert while I get this queued up in the Limitless deck editor. Maybe we'll play Weezing tomorrow. I like Blastoise a lot though. Let's play this cook today. Tournament starts in about 20 minutes. I actually need to run to the bathroom too. I'm gonna do that real quick. And we'll get the deck list entered. Ooh. Stand up for a little while too. All 3 Kanto starters need full art stage 1s. Truer words have never been spoken. Just double check this is correct. Alright, we've officially audibled the Blastoise for the tournament. Hey, what's going on, old fart? Yeah, Pocket's been a ton of fun. I've been doing mostly Pocket here lately. I've been enjoying it a whole heck of a lot. Favorite Kanto starter might actually have legs. You're obligated to take it through a tour. Seems accurate. All right, in the 20 minutes or 50 minutes leading up to the tournament, you're gonna play something else. I don't want to sour myself on the deck I'm enjoying. Gengar Mew went 4-1 in one of the community tournaments yesterday. So let's give that a try, huh? How do you feel about the new Weezing? Do you think there's ever a reason to use it over the old Weezing? Not a compelling one. Old Weezing is a good bit better with Koga, since it only needs 1 energy to attack, is the big upside. Ghastly, lovely. Initial assumption is I would be surprised if this deck is good. Decks that are a little bit mid can run hot in tournaments, but We'll see how it plays out in practice. Try and develop a little bit more informed opinion about it. Any of the kids stay up to midnight? Yeah, we hung out with some family friends last night, and actually all 3 of them made it to midnight. We're pretty loose in my household about the kids' sleep schedule when they're on break from school, so. They're not usually up till midnight, but, you know, 10:30 is not unheard of, for the boys especially. I really wish Gengar was generally good. The whole line is cool. I agree, Vibin. He's a fan favorite Pokemon too, so it'd be nice if he was a little stronger. Is that my favorite toddler, speaking of the children? You got food for me? Thank you, Haley. Carrots and cheese and corn dip. Oh my. Thank you for bringing me food. No, I think this is more than enough food. Thank you for being a big helper. Okay, I'll tell mommy if I want more, okay?
No.
Okay, call you if I need more. I will. Thank you, toddler. Okay. The eager to be helpful phase between like 3 and 5 or 6 is always a lot of fun, especially when they're big enough to like traverse the stairs and you can fetch them, have them fetch things. For people at home who don't have children, your children essentially level up with how far you can send them on fetch quests the older they get. You start with just pointing things at things across the room, eventually they can deliver across multiple floors of the house, and then hopefully someday, my older ones will be able to fetch things in town. Couple years off of that at least though, my oldest is only 10. What terribly awkward draws on both sides. Opponent not having water energy to attack with the Drudagon either. They have bikes. Yeah, this summer, or maybe next summer at the latest, there's a gas station relatively close to my house. I would wager, we're probably not far off of sending my older 2 to go fetch stuff from that. Hey, there's Haunters in my deck. That's nice. Sweet. What was the dark deck you were going to play in the tournament before you swapped to Blastoise? Weezing, Arbok, Tauros. Maybe the secret to Gengar chat is you just need your opponent to also have a miserably slow start. Yeah, I like the Dark deck a lot. Blastoise is just one of my favorite Pokemon lifetimes, so we're gonna play him today. How do I win from here? Feel like I can't. My Mews all get cleared in one by Pidgeot. I guess there's a world where they don't have Flute or Geo, and then Mew can clear the Pidgeot, but I think that's unlikely, and we're probably dead. I would be very surprised if Pokemon Pocket ever does live balance. I expect they'll push and change the format around based on adding new cards and power creep rather than adjusting existing ones. Their verbiage on things has left them the option in order to do live balance updates, but until they show us that they're willing to, I'd be surprised if it's a system they engage with. That's actually a good suggestion from the YouTube side. We can Budding Expeditioner to pick this Mew up. So that way Geo doesn't get us. We die to Sabrina because I can't pull the Jinx out, but this lets us not die to Giovanni. That was a great line to find, even if we didn't win us the game. Sometimes that's gonna happen, you know? Card game's got variants. You're going to lose even when you make the right play, but you want to focus on finding the right ones. That was a great one to see. I would love to Psy-Shot a Minky. Thank you for asking. So if they Reckless Charge me, Mew KOs this in one with weakness, yeah? So they can't attack. Maybe that's how this deck went 4-1. All right, now I need to check this next matchup table from the tournament at 4-1. Hold on, I gotta look now. I always forget I can do that. This deck beat fighting decks twice during its run. It beat 2 fighting decks, it beat an Executor deck, and it beat 2 Mewtwo. Beating Mewtwo is impressive. It notably did not play against any Pikachu or Celebi, though. Alright, if the tournament starts on time, I'm gonna have to leave this game early, but sometimes the tournaments don't start right away, they like extend check-in, so I'm gonna load up, but we might not be able to finish this in the tournament. Pairs right at the top of the hour like they do sometimes. I think Pokemon Pocket will be promoted on official TCG tournaments. I think they'll definitely talk about it on the official broadcasts. Whether or not they'll ever be included in things like Worlds is another question, though. I assume if the commitment to community tournament stays as strong as it has as this game grows, it'll eventually be in like Pokemon Worlds and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if they wait a year or so. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if Pokemon Worlds 2026 was the first Worlds that Pocket was included in. Because I would wager they want the card pool to be a little bit bigger before they put it up at some of the bigger tournaments. Not that the game's bad right now, but it's less fleshed out, right? I don't know how we ever win here. Feels like we're very dead. All right, our tournament round fired on time. We'll see if our opponent checks in. We're playing against Charizard Moltres for the first round. That's playing a Mew EX as a supplementary attacker is interesting. Oh, you know, when I'm on my webcam screen, you don't hear... No, you do hear the LD player audio. Okay. Playing Charizard into a field full of Mews seems ambitious. We're not playing it, though, so they could easily run us down. Our opponent has no copies of Red Card in their Charizard Moltres deck. 1 Leaf, 1 Giovanni, 1 Potion, 2 X Speed, 2 Sabrina. Them having first energy advantage seems good for them. I assume a lot of this matchup is just going to come down to who gets their stage 2 online first most of the time. Them starting with basic Charmander is very good for them. Both of our finishers one-shot each other, so if we both get online, there's a little jockeying for position. Blastoise charged up only deals 160, but Charizard's weak to water, so it gets up to the 180 to clear it out. And then Charizard obviously deals 200, so Blastoise goes down in 1 as well. Uh, 50% to be a Squirtle. Pretty unfortunate. I would expect this matchup's going to be pretty low player agency. I think probably the only thing that matters is who gets their stage 2, so it's going to be a high variance matchup where we likely aren't going to have a lot of meaningful choices to make. Ahead and leaf this Tauros out, because otherwise Moltres gets to kill it before it clears the Moltres. We'll put the Drudagon up, and then if they attack the Drudagon with the Moltres and we top deck another leaf, Tauros can clear the Moltres on the backswing. Yeah, they're still just charging up the Charmeleon. I mean, if I find a Squirtle next turn, maybe? What's the odds we find Squirtle next turn? That's a good question. We have one Pokeball, 2 Professor's Research, and 2 Squirtles. So that's half our draws. The Research not guaranteed to be a Squirtle, but incredibly likely. It's a shame I don't have more room on my bench. I would have loved to start charging up a second Tauros here. Five out of 9 to likely find a Squirtle next turn. If we hit Squirtle next turn and our Misties cooperate, we could still win this game. Couple of ifs though. There are 2 Squirtles, 1 Pokeball, and a Professor's Research in my bottom 6 cards. People often ask about variants in games like this one. An important context for me, for folks who aren't familiar, I used to spend $1,000 on airfare and travel and fly across the country to, like, lose round 1 of a tournament to not drawing my 3rd land drop on time. Hitting some bad basic Pokemon variants. And a tournament I get to play from the comfort of my home is mostly whatever. If I hit heads on the next Misty, I think we've actually got a shot here. They have another Sabrina. They have 2 Sabrinas. Is there ever a reason to play out this other Tauros? I don't think so. Because they don't have a second Charizard built up here, they actually can't, they actually can't clear the Tauros here, right? I think I leave and retreat to the Drudagon. And then I have Tauros to insulate against their other copy of Sabrina. When you don't have a deck, you can't play Pokeball out. That's funny. We're just dead, yeah. It's unfortunate. Our Squirtle a little sooner. That's why you play best of 3 gamers. We're down a game, we'll play again. Like I said, I think the only thing that really matters is who gets their stage 2 first. I'd wager whoever gets their stage 2 first is gonna win a significant portion of the time. So, that might not be us in this next game, but we've got a shot. Let's play a game. Like I said, I think this is a matchup that I would describe as low player agency. I think the decisions of the players will have relatively little outcome on the impact of the game. Obviously, you can't make like an obvious throw, but I think if both players play reasonably well, there's going to be a lot of draw variance here. No red card from the opponent, so I'm going to wait to play the Squirtle out. I think Articuno Blastoise is pretty inconsistent and mediocre. It occasionally spikes tournaments because Misty's a high variance powerful card when it works, but... I guess one upside the Charizard deck has here is Moltres can apply pressure while building the Charizard, but we have to build Tauros. If we both get the stage 2, we might actually still be disadvantaged here, which would mean they're favored in the matchup overall. It's funny how little weakness typing matters in this game, generally speaking. Sometimes it helps you hit key break points, but it's pretty rarely the matchup decider. I think we're supposed to build the Tauros. It's close, though. I'm gonna put the other Tauros out, because they're on 2 copies of Sabrina, and I don't want them to Sabrina up my Tauros that has energy. Just to set the tone for the moderators, we can permanently ban people who are posting conspiracy theories about Pokemon Pocket coin flips being rigged. I don't want to cultivate the type of community that's going to tolerate nonsense conspiracy stuff. Oh, I should have Pokeballed first there. I'm going to blame the conspiracy theorists in chat for getting me distracted. Alright, they're not charging up the Moltres, I would wager, because we charged up the Tauros. least you never have to worry about misclicking your Misty in this deck. Only one target for it. They just forget to Inferno Dance? Whatever, it probably doesn't matter. They have a ton of energy. Put it lost in the sauce and clicked the wrong button. Been there, done that. Two Blastoise, 4 cards, and a dream. This is the downside to having played the Tauros out earlier. They get to Sabrina to not take 20. They are playing 2 copies of Sabrina here. They could Sabrina us again. We needed them to not have 2 Sabrinas in their top whatever here. It means I'm in trouble. Wait, what? Why would you do that? Alright, well, we're 2/3 to draw Blastoise. Not like a gift horse in the mouth, gamers. Maybe they didn't realize Bazooka clears Charizard in 1? Going to a game 3 here. Well, yeah, a pretty big mistake from the opponent. Yeah, Mew only does 100. I mean, even if Mew did 160, it's not enough to clear me. Even with, like, a Geo, which they're not playing. Oh, they do have 1 Geo, actually, I lied. Right, so we're 1-1 here in round 1 of our tournament. Let's go ahead and queue up for game 3. Energy advantage is nice. We have a good hand. Drudigon with Squirtle is nice. They're going first. They have no red card. I'm not going to play the Squirtle out because I don't want them to be able to Sabrina up the Squirtle on their first turn. If you're playing against red cards, you have to play out there, but because they're not, we're not. They have Moltres and Charmander. That's their ideal start for sure. Would like a Drudigon or a Tauros here. Tauros is lovely. I think with breaking on the Misty, I'm going to hedge powering the Tauros up first. Missing a War Turtle as well, but making it so they can't clear the Drudigon with the Moltres for free is really powerful. If we put 2 energy on here and they Heat Blast this, the Fighting Tackle clears it on the back crack. Coin flip deserves another, huh? If we draw a copy of Leaf, we get to get aggressive with this Tauros next turn. 2 of those and 12 cards. Blastoise deck is refreshing to watch. If you like watching off-meta things in a competitive setting, you're in one of the best places on Twitch for that with the Pokemon Pocket community. Always looking to try and build new things here. Charmeleon, scary. Just have Charizard on curve here, we could be in trouble. They know we're on 2 copies of Giovanni. Putting this Mew up feels a little suspect. Am I putting energy on Tauros, or am I putting energy on Squirtle? I think it's energy on Squirtle. If they have Charizard this turn, they can burn the Tauros down, but then they go to 2 energy. And then I could top deck War Turtle and have War Turtle deal 60 into Blastoise deal 120. Putting the Moltres up would imply they don't have Charizard yet, which would be really good for us. Opponent plays 1 copy of Leaf, along with 2 copies of X-Speed. I am notably not playing any copies of Sabrina in my deck. They brick on their Charizard for a turn here, we're going to be good to go. But they are 13 cards into their deck and haven't played either Professor's Research yet, so high probability they find a Charizard here. them having to spend an energy and not having Leaf or X speed here is a big deal, because it means this Charizard has to go down to 3 energy in order to deal this Crimson Storm, meaning this Charizard cannot Crimson Storm for the next 2 turns. It can only Crimson Storm next turn. So I get to put Druddigon up, and then I have Tauros to insulate this War Turtle from Sabrina. I think we're across the finish line here. Because if they clear this, they can't attack again next turn, and then Blastoise gets to go up. And if they don't clear this, by the time they clear this, this will be at 5 energy. It can knock out anything they play in 1. I believe, barring a dexterity or connection issue here, we're a lock now. It's a fun set of games. Oh, 50% to win right now. So, interesting thing to consider. If Misty doesn't hit here, we'd actually want to put energy on the Druddigon, because the way they could win this game is Sabrinaing us up and keeping our thing Sabrinaed in and getting caught. So if I don't hit on the Misty heads there, we would put the energy on Druddigon and hit them for 100, because then the Blastoise is still set up to knock out anything they play the next turn. So we would want to play around them having missed, or them having their second Sabrina, or the first Sabrina or whatever, and us not drawing Leaf. Cool. That was a good, fun set. Sweet. All right. Well, let's take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. And we got 10 minutes till the next tournament round, so probably have time to play something in the random queue between them. Appreciate everybody hanging out. If you're on the YouTube side and you haven't done so already, you enjoyed that match, tap the like button on the live stream. Let's put this up. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Sweet, we got 800 people watching on YouTube. That's a good chunk. We only have less than 400 likes. We can pump that number up a whole heck of a lot. Happy New Year, Doug Pye. Good morning, good morning. Or afternoon now, I suppose. 12:30 here in the cornfields. Oh, hey, Spotty D. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Niv. I'm definitely not watching chat nearly as intently as I am when I'm playing tournament rounds. Alright. Eat some snacks here for a minute while we're waiting for the ads to finish, and we'll take a look at the tournament metagame and maybe play a random queue match. We'll wait for the next round to pop. Is blue a lot worse than Giovanni? Blue is a completely different card than Giovanni, and one of the best ways you can level up your understanding in card games is to try and stop drawing comparison between things that are just different. Do you have a tier list in text form? I do not have a tier list in a format that lets you skip all of my hard work and nuanced details that I put into it while also making me zero money off of adverts. No. If you want my metagame tier list, you'll have to click on the video and help me make a little bit of money so I can continue doing this as a job. So something that I've talked about is that Mewtwo Gardevoir tends to always be a little bit overrepresented in the slightly smaller pocket tournaments. Although not that this one's terribly small. We have like, how many people we got here? We have 650 people playing today. But for example, in the biggest tournament last weekend, Mewtwo only had like a 13% metagame share, but it's regularly over 20 in these slightly smaller ones. Gyarados clocking in at number 2 here on the Limitless roundup, but it's worth noting Limitless segments the Pikachu EX decks out, so that's definitely number 2. We have 11.5%, almost 3, and then usually there's one more. Yeah, 0.8, so it's like plus 4.5 or so. So this is really around 16% for all the Pikachu variations. And things get pretty diverse from there. You combine the two. These are two Celebi variations. Around 7.5% or 7% or so. The fighting decks are split too. A couple of folks were asking me my preferred fighting variation based on my recent tier list video, and I definitely prefer the Aerodactyl Farfetch build. I posted a deck highlight with this yesterday, the Aerodactyl. I think it's the best of the Hitmonlee things. Like, we played a bit with the Primeape build, and Primeape definitely felt a little bit inconsistent compared to Duck just being a basic. Most the same here. The couple of match results in here are mostly irrelevant. Those are losses from people not checking in because the first round hasn't posted yet. Melmetal Greninja. There's a pile of cards. All right. That round is done. We have 5 minutes till the next tournament round pops, so I think we can squeeze a game in the random queue in the meantime, in between time. I don't like playing my tournament deck. Let's do tournament with Blastoise. Deck testing between rounds. Let's update those stream titles. Live tournament day with Blastoise. Let's give the Gengar deck some more shakes in between rounds here. I haven't lost enough with that one yet to be convinced to delete it. Think Chatot is viable in any competitive decks? I don't think so. I think Chatot encourages you too much to be all in on a single game plan. And generally speaking, good Pokemon Pocket decks prefer to have multiple decent things to attack with. David, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. That direct support's a big part of why this is able to be my full-time job. Thanks for keeping me around. Afternoon. Good for that entire round. I think we'll sit down for a bit. If you enjoy the vibe of my community here, and you're someone that is on Discord, you should pop into the Hooglandia Discord server as well. Oh, I should Slab before I Pokeball, probably, right? I haven't played a lot of Slab. Definitely want more Psychic Pokemon in my deck when I play this. Lucky. Jinx versus Staryu. Yeah, I'm just gonna start powering Ghastly up. Yeah, I agree with Trevor. I think generally speaking, if you think your deck wants to be playing Chatot, you're generally better off just playing like Drudagon and or Tauros alongside Leaf. Need 3 energy to work towards Gengar. Has there been any news on trading or the next set release date? Datamines put the next set at the end of January. And my money as a gambling man would be on we'll get trading when the next set releases. So for people that haven't watched me play a tournament live, I will not play my tournament deck in between rounds to fill stream time. So if you're poking in and out throughout the course of the day, you can know I'm playing a tournament round if you see me playing Blastoise. But in between the tournament rounds, we'll be testing out other decks that I might want to play and other things. And this Gengar deck went 4-1 in one of the community tournaments yesterday, so I wanted to give it a try. Seems pretty good when we draw Gengar on curve. Spookiest of shots, please, Gengar. Well, this is in our active slot. Our opponent can't play any supporters either. No more Misty for you, gamer. So I get to go ahead and clear Starmie here, and then if they don't have Gyarados, Sabrina on the Magikarp will be lethal next turn. And if they do have Gyarados, it'll be locked in with a 3 energy retreat cost, so they're still probably dead. Because they won't be able to leaf it out while Gengars are active. Like 1 fried fish, please. Solid game for us. All right, looks like the tournament round has timed out. And all the matches claim to be finished, so we should have perfect timing here. Into our next Blastoise round here soon. This is the Gengar deck for anybody curious. We have a pairing here momentarily, hopefully. While we're waiting, I'd like to give a shout out to one of my longtime stream sponsors, Into the AM. They make all the shirts I'm wearing in the scroller here and this wonderful new design that I've got on my body right now. They've got a sale going on now through January 5th. Make a ton of fantastic, high-quality clothing, both these graphic designs and non. Looking to pick stuff up while saving a little bit of money. You can use my code as a way to support my content while doing so. There's a fun factoid with that sponsor. I've been working with them for years, and my code has generated over 21,000 USD worth of sales. Lots of happy customers enjoying their great designs. About 30, I think they just sent me 2 more because they add new designs all the time. I think I have 32 of their things in my closet now. You just ordered a hoodie with the gift card. Their hoodies are great. I have 3 of those, in addition to my graphic t-shirts. All right, we are paired for our round. Looks like we're playing against Pikachu EX. Should be a fun game, hopefully. Zebstrika Pikachu here, it looks like, from our opponent this round. 2 Giovanni, 2 Sabrina, 2 X-Speed, 1 Potion. No red card to play around. Red card's play rate inside of tournaments has plummeted as predicted, because the card is both not very good and there's better options now. What does the AM stand for and into the AM? It's just their brand name. That's the wrong one. Probably AM as in the morning. Could be. Is Pidgeot EX a good off-meta deck? It has some sporadic results, but I think Stage 2 Pokemon tend to be kind of inconsistent, says local man playing Blastoise because he loves it. I'm a big fan of the Drudagon Mew build of Pidgeot EX. You can find a highlight of that on the Hooglandia Pocket channel. Definitely not a top tier deck, but one you can win plenty of games with if you play it well. Okay, our opponent is searching. We're waiting for them to open their client up. As always, I'll be looking at chat a little bit less, trying to focus on the game. This is round 2 of the tournament. We are 1-0. We're playing its Pikachu EX, very stock build. 1 Dedenne, 2 Zapdos, 2 Zebstrika, 11 trainers. Pretty solid opener for us here. We get to lead Drudagon, and then we have Tauros and Squirtle to both set up. No red card from the opponent, so I'm not playing out my basics here because I don't want them to be able to Sabrina me on the first turn of the game and generate tempo by doing that. I think this is a matchup where, given the option, we power up Tauros to start first a significant amount of the time. Ideally, this Pokeball finds us a second Drudagon to allow us to play around their copy of Sabrina. Fail case it finds us, or second best is Tauros. We just want to ideally not find second Squirtle here with this. Sweet. We hit the 50%er. That's our best possible outcome. Let's go dig in with this. No War Turtle or Evolution lines to speak of. Is there ever a world where I wait to play out the Squirtle and potentially power up a second Tauros? I don't think so, but I could see a world where that's correct. We'll play our friends out here. Definitely want to play this to put the energy on it. Definitely want to play this to play around Sabrina. Potentially want to hold this rather to have a Tauros. Could go either way though. Zebstrika's possibility is actually a reason to hold the Squirtle back too. Yeah, I think I was wrong and should have held the Squirtle. Well, hopefully there's a War Turtle in my future. Zebstrika is going to make the Pikachu matchup a little challenging. This is definitely the best build of Pikachu by a lot. Yep. Yup. 2 War Turtles, a Research, and a Clench. If they have a bench Pokemon and a Giovanni, this Tauros plays a little scuffed, but I think it's the line. There are 12 cards into their deck. They are playing 2 full copies of Giovanni. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Tough. All right, we need Blastoise, gamers. We need Blastoise. It's very, very possible I'm supposed to play the Tauros out and put an energy on it last turn. We have 2 Blastoise and a Research and 7 cards here. But it's noteworthy that if I have to research into the Blastoise, I can't leaf the Druddigon out. There's our boy Blue. There are notably no copies of Sabrina in my deck. Just don't have room. And what this means is, if my opponent is able to... If my opponent switches to... switches to a basic, they got us. Yeah, second Geo gets us with another bench. There's only gonna be 4 cards left in their deck. I think we're in a bad spot despite this top deck. We needed this top deck to have a chance, but we might be dead in spite of it. We lose to the second Geo, and we also lose to the Paralyzed flip on this as well. If they miss on this Paralyzed flip, we might have a shot. Probably not. I think we're just torched here because we have a retreat cost of 3. I'm already through both my copies of Leaf. I guess we could draw a Big Misty. Yeah, I think that seals our fate. Right. Through both copies of Leaf. This is the part where a bunch of typical Twitch chatters suggest I add Sabrina to my deck. I guess they only have 1 knockout point. Was I supposed to put the Druddigon up? I was actually supposed to put the Druddigon up, yeah? Yeah, I messed up here. I should have put the Druddigon up. Yeah. I'm gonna lose because of this mistake. I think if I put the Druidon up here, I would have actually had a shot to win the game. Big mistake. Although I suppose, how do they kill the Druidon without me having Blastoise to get ready to clear them on the backswing? They don't have bench space for a Zebstrika. Do I still win this despite my mistake? I think I do, yeah? I haven't drawn either Giovanni yet. I think despite my mistake, I've won this game. Because they can't use this to clear the Druidon, and if they clear this, all of these die to the Giovanni plus the Blastoise next turn. And I have another Druidon to insulate against their Sabrinas. I think we're 100%. I made a small mistake there, a little bit of a misstep, but I don't see an avenue for them to win the game. If they get this knocked out, it's my second knockout point, and then Blastoise claims the third. They're just hoping I make another mistake. I will not. Decline to make another mistake. I did not deserve to win this game. Variance means we're going to. Let's try and play better in the next game, huh? Yeah, they're out here as clear this Druidon and hope I don't have Giovanni. But I have the Giovanni. This is their line. I think the opponent played this game pretty well. I hit some good beats, and the power of my deck carried me a little bit. Let's just not have a dexterity error here in the 12th hour. Oh, it's always annoying when your opponent doesn't search wide array, especially when these games are going long. Hopefully we don't time out because the opponent's taking a while. Opening on Squirtle is not ideal. You have Research and Leaf here, though, which is nice. Just, they are a 2 Sabrina deck, so we really need 2 basic Pokemon on our bench. I guess we have first energy advantage here, too, so we can just give up our first energy advantage to retreat. Hopefully this is another 100 hit point Pokemon. Nice. I kind of want to just water gun the Zapdos this turn. But if they Giovanni Peck me, they would finish the War Turtle with this. I think I have to give up the first energy advantage in this moment. Zebstrika is definitely their best opener against us. So good into these stall decks. We've got I've got 3 looks at a War Turtle. I don't think they're Sabrinaing us here. I want to save flexibility on my other bench slot. If their Zapdos clears Tauros in 1, we're going to be in some trouble. I'm playing the other Squirtle out. So that way, if we top deck War Turtle, we can start charging up a full health Blastoise. I assume they're going to switch to Zapdos and Thundering Hurricane us, then we got to hope for a little bit of a low roll. They have 1 potion in their deck. This lets them not die to Geo. Second, Zebstrika is actually pretty scary, because it'll mean that they can clear the Blastoise on my bench. And they're through a lot of their deck at this point, so it's pretty likely. This Thundering Hurricane flip is big here. They low roll, we could be in a pretty good spot. Oh my goodness. And we top decked the Giovanni. Holy. Finish him. We're not at lock yet by any means, but we are a strong favorite on that bit of variance. When the Pikachu deck does its best Celebi impersonation, huh? This game was a wonderful example of why you want diverse game plans. Tauros, just like picking the game up and carrying it for us here. Good variants to find, both our stage 2s as well. Am I putting Blastoise up? I think I'm putting Blastoise up, right? I just crack them down to 20 and then they have to retreat. This is better against a copy of Sabrina, because it saves the leaf to switch back out. We have 2 Sabrinas. They haven't played either yet. Their out here is hope that my other leaf is my literal bottom card. I think they have to Sabrina me up to the Drudagon, hope that I don't have the leaf to retreat, and then Zeb Strike me twice on here, but we have the leaf, so we should be a wrap. Yep. I think this. The opponent is unlikely to win here, but I think this is their appropriate line. I think they just have to hope the last leaf is my literal bottom card. And it's not, so we've got it. Doggy. Oh man, what an insane set. For people who are new here, welcome. If you're enjoying the tournament gameplay with competitive off-meta brews, make sure you tap the follow button and come back again. That was a 2-0 win over Pikachu there. If you're not familiar with me, my name is Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here on Twitch and YouTube. Been making content full-time. This is the start of my 8th year doing that. I've played a ton of strategy and competitive card games, Magic the Gathering, Marvel Snap, and a lot of others over the years. I've always had a focus on building my own decks. I've absolutely been loving the competitive community tournament scene in Pokemon Pocket. It's really rekindled my love for tournament gaming. And I hate playing mirror matches, and I hate playing top meta decks, and I'm always looking to try and find a good way to attack the format with something new. So if you enjoy that type of energy and you want to see decks that could maybe be real and not just be crushing random people in the random queues, it's one of the best places to be. If you're looking for my thoughts on the metagame and other stuff like that, I have good, high-quality, edited stuff over on the YouTube side. The Glandia Pocket had a new tier list go up. Even if you're someone that's not looking to play top meta decks, being informed on tier list stuff is good because it helps you understand how to best be attacking the format. If you haven't watched me play a game live, tournament live before, we will not be playing the Blastoise deck between rounds. Although, let's go ahead and throw it up here on screen for a second while we're talking and spieling for people that want to grab it to play with at home. I think we've been dorking around with a little bit of Gengar between rounds. So if you're poking it out throughout the course today, that was round 2 of the tournament. I will be playing Blastoise for the tournament rounds. We'll be doing Gengar and other stuff in between as we're trying to figure things out. If you're enjoying the gameplay on the YouTube stream side as well, be sure to tap that like button. It's a free way to help the content reach some more people. Let's hop into a game with the Gengar deck. What do you think is the hardest matchup for this deck? I have no idea. We built it. I built it last night in a fever dream thinking about how I wanted to play with my Blastoises. And we've only played it in like, I don't know, a dozen random games and then 2 tournament rounds. We are going to be bringing back Hooglandia tournaments for Pokemon Pocket at some point. I think February 1st is our first tentative date, but I still gotta lock up some sponsors and prize pool and stuff. But Spraggles, Jake, the content cowboy, has agreed to be my casting partner for it. So after our next set of cards drops, we'll be dipping into running some stuff here with some official coverage. Gotta cross some T's and dot some I's though first, before we have formal details. For people who aren't really old-timers, when I was doing Magic content full-time for a number of years, I used to run a monthly tournament series for Magic the Gathering Arena. Looking forward to potentially trying that again here. Chatot and Lightning Energy. All right, well, because they're playing Chatot, we will play out all our basic Pokemon. Enjoy your 2-card redraw. Were there ever opens for Marvel Snap? No, Marvel Snap's not a competitive game. You still play Magic Arena? I do not. Magic the Gathering and Wizards of the Coast changed the structure of their game a lot to a point that I don't personally enjoy. In before they red card you into 3 cards. That would be the big brain play. Oh, they're Chatot Fossils Dragonite. To set a low bar, this probably isn't the worst way to play Dragonite. Although I will say Mew is pretty funny against Dragonite, yeah. Do you keep your physical Magic cards or have you sold out of it? I never had a ton of physical Magic cards. A lot of when I was playing in tournaments, I just borrowed. Why do you hate playing mirror match? Yeah, mirror matches tend to be more variance-based if both players are equally skilled. I also think it's more fun to play with my own decks. Yes, so this is a gimmick a lot of people have been pushing, where you just play all the fossils to get your hand size small, so Chatot's more likely to be a raw draw for you. It is very funny. The few people that have entered it inside of tournaments would imply that it's not very good, but it is a novel idea. It's a cute way to get to your Dragonite more consistently. Mew's pretty funny against Dragonite, though. Surely the opponent's deck is a gimmick deck. It is definitely a gimmick deck. It has fallen very flat on its face inside of the community tournaments where it's been entered so far. Yes, it is kind of like the new 18 trainer gimmick deck. Can I ask how you feel about all the Universes Beyond stuff? I don't really care about the Universes Beyond stuff in Magic. When I talk about not enjoying Magic the Gathering anymore, I'm talking about from a gameplay perspective. I don't really care what they do with their IP. I know this is a take that probably offends some Magic players, but I actually don't really think the Magic IP has that much appeal to it. And I was never playing Magic because of the characters in the game. I was playing Magic because the game rules were enjoyable. When I played a lot of Magic the Gathering, I played their non-rotating formats like Modern. And the reason slash thing that pushed me out of Magic the Gathering was the release of Modern Horizon sets. They really started to power creep their older formats in a way that I personally didn't enjoy. And more power to you if you enjoy Modern Horizons and that type of stuff, but it just kind of took away a part of Magic the Gathering that I personally found really fun. This is kind of the average Dragonite story. Like, my opponent fully set up their Dragonite, but they're not sure they can actually win the game, even if they Draco Meteor. They could, with a good bit of variance, but there's a chance they don't. Why not stick around for Legacy then? The Legacy scene is pretty big and popular. I mean, you gotta understand, playing card games here on the internet isn't just something I do for fun these days. This is quite literally the way I feed my children and put a roof over their heads. So, while anecdotally for you, Legacy might be really popular, the format where the average deck that's competitive costs like 4 to 5 figures, it's not very popular from a content perspective. Legacy's fine. I played plenty of Legacy in my day. Average Dragonite gameplay. This is why the Dragonite deck is bad. Even when everything goes right, you just like lose the game a significant amount of the time. Because what you're doing just isn't powerful enough. Thanks for the Draco, bud. All right. The next tournament round is set to pair in 5 minutes. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick 2-minute advert break so the ads don't end up playing during the middle of the tournament round. So I think it's super rude when gameplay gets disrupted by adverts on Twitch. So we might be able to squeeze in another Gengar game before the round pairs. We'll see. We'll try in 120 seconds. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We are 2-0 in the tournament with Blastoise. It's been fun so far. Some good close games. my snacking on lunch while the adverts go, subscribers. My plan for Marvel Snap content is I'm taking a break until their next round of Twitch drops happen. Metrics for Marvel Snap content have been kind of mediocre lately, and the community is just pretty hyper negative. That's really been bringing down my mood. I've also really been enjoying Pokemon Pocket. I think the gameplay is pretty excellent. I've been enjoying the tournament scene. So I'm just gonna find my joy for the time being, and we'll give Snap a little bit more of a chance when metrics will be better again when they have another round of Twitch drops. Taking a little bit of a hiatus has been good for my mental health. What's for lunch today? Some leftover chip dip from last night at a small New Year's Eve party with some friends. And by party, I mean there were 4 adults and 6 small children screaming all night. You don't need a lot of noisemakers when the ones you have are toddler powered. Drudagon, Hitmonlee, Marshadow, probably the Golem deck. Honestly, Mew's probably a better attacker in this matchup than Gengar is. If I had to venture a guess. I guess we could work up towards it since we have it, but it might honestly be wrong. Looking for a copy of X Speed here, so that way we can switch up to Gengar and attack next turn. Average Mythical Slab gameplay experience. Never lucky rubber ducky. That's a good point. I actually want to... I think I actually want to move Gengar to the active spot here to stop them from brocking the Graveler next turn. And just brick them on their supporters. We might not be able to finish this round. Looks like this game. Looks like the next round of the tournament might be ready to go here. We'll see. We can play till our opponent checks in, but... they check in. I'm not going to make the tournament round wait for the sake of playing a random match. Got a Mewtwo opponent in the tournament, it looks like. They can Marshadow us for 100. But then their Golem is 2 energy away from attacking still. And Gengar's on 50 and cracking every turn. think this game's done, yeah? Because I have the Sabrina queued up. We take a knockout point this turn, and then we Sabrina and get a knockout point the following turn, even if they put the Golem up. And they can't Brock either. Spooky. Here. Yeah, Graveler still only has 100 HP here. Sabrina is lethal, and it looks like our opponent has checked in. So we'll grab our knockout here, and then we'll be into our tournament round. Our Mewtwo opponent this round has a Mew EX as well as a Jinx as additional basic Pokemon past the Gardevoir Mewtwo lines. They found room for a red card inside of their utility cards. And they're also playing a copy of Budding Expeditioner with their one Mew EX. Whoa. They have no X speeds and no copies of Leaf is how they're fitting in Budding Expeditioner and red card. That's wild. Sharks, thank you for the brand new Prime sub. Appreciate it. They have one Sabrina, one Giovanni, one Budding Expeditioner, one red card, and two Mythical Slab. Looking for another basic Pokemon here. Well, we have one of those big hands that red card can punish. But it's worth noting, we really want a Squirtle, so if they're resetting us, like, more power to them. Drew a card there with that slab. If they don't have a stage 1 this turn, they do. Rip. Wait, they didn't put an energy on Mewtwo? Yep, there goes my hand. Losing the Leaf is sad, I suppose. %50 to be Squirtle? Feels bad to be this unlucky into someone making these choices. Game's not remotely over, but... Okay. average Misty gameplay experience. So they're going to retreat. They're going to put an energy on the Mewtwo, retreat to Gardevoir, put energy on the Gardevoir, crack this to 40. We'll put second energy, we'll evolve. We'll have third energy Blastoise. Blastoise clears the Gardevoir, and then we have Tauros plus Blastoise to deal with their EXs. Without them having any copies of X-Speed or Leaf, I'm really struggling to see how they win this game. We have the extra Drudagon to insulate against a Sabrina. I don't see an avenue to victory here for my opponent. Shout out to my opponent's red card, drawing us into the full Blastoise line when I was completely bricked. This game is such a good example of what I frequently talked about, where even when you're red carding your opponent's 6-card hand, it's still not good, because the only reason I had a 6-card hand was because my hand was completely freaking bricked. Fun fact, in Ursaday's almost 2,000 player tournament last weekend, there were only 2 copies of red card in the top 32. As we've gotten more good utility cards in this game, red card continues to get worse and worse, and it wasn't ever actually very good. People were just playing a lot of it, so it was making top cut by virtue of being played it too much. This is their one and singular copy of Sabrina. Because how else would you fit red card in your deck?
Red card is good if you know how to use it, Jeff. You're just an idiot who plays red card bad. I'm an intellectual. My brain is huge. You can't possibly comprehend how good my red cards are, Jeff Hoagland. It's not that red card is statistically bad despite all of the numbers showing otherwise. It's that only little babies are playing red card and they're playing it wrong. What? What do you mean I can't know when my red card is good and I'm just running based purely on feels?
Bonk. Video gamers chat, not even once. Right, Tiger, thank you for the 17 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Yeah, if you're someone new here and you haven't watched my red card video, I run the numbers here talking about why the card is bad from a stats perspective. People, despite all of those stats, people would regularly say, no, Jeff, the card's still good in tournaments, but even tournaments are starting to show that that's not true, because it's putting up less and less results. Mirror Rampai, thank you for the half a year. Appreciate that support. Opponent has first energy advantage of this game. Nugget Stretch, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Want this Pokeball to find a Squirtle so I can Leaf, or Misty, not Leaf on the first turn of the game. Lovely. steal first energy advantage here. Feels good, man. Looking for a Drudagon and a War Turtle here from the top of our deck. Any other basic would be nice to insulate us against their one Sabrina taking our Squirtle up. But Drudagon's the best of the basics we could draw. Turtle plus the basic are our two best hits here. Or Turtle plus Misty is fine. They only have one copy of Sabrina, right? Maybe they won't also have Gardevoir on curve. For folks that are joining and asking how the opponents fit Red Card and Slab in their deck, the opponent is not playing any copies of X-Speed or Leaf. They would put me to 80, and then I clear them. I just attack, right? They can't put an extra energy out next turn. I think I just attack, because they can't retreat and save their energy. So, with no threat of Gardevoir, we just get to blast him here. Yeah, if we would have hit a second heads on Misty, the decision would have been really easy. They did give us a free leaf into Blastoise. And retreating doesn't even do anything here. I guess they can retreat to... Gosh. Their one copy of Jinx. Oh my gosh, we're gonna lose to their one copy of Jinx. That's so tilting. Don't think it's right to retreat. I think I want to just take my 2 knockout points here. It's close though. Yeah, we might actually be in trouble here. Almost assuredly have their Gardevoir. They missed on the Krylia for a turn. Yeah, their extra game plan here could get them across the finish line for sure. Yep. There's only 4 cards in their deck. Yep. Man, I think we're going to a game 3. Yeah, I don't think we have any lines here. Jinx is so slick. Because they retreat and put energy on here. Yeah, we're dead. Well played from the opponent. That whole game came down to the Misty coin flip not hitting and not having a second basic. If we'd have hit another heads on the Misty, we'd have cleared that and had enough time. Or if they'd have not been able to Sabrina up our Blastoise to put damage on it, we would have been okay. Really close game. All right, game 3. They've had really good sets of games in the tournament so far. For people who don't understand my retreat there, you need to understand that I'm thinking about the game 4 turns in advance, and there was no sequence over the next 4 turns that let me win the game. You're right that I didn't literally lose the game that next turn, but I couldn't win the game over the course of a few turns. Assuming the opponent made at all reasonable plays, we were 100% lost. Not interested in wasting my time or your time or the opponent's time, hoping that they have a disconnect. I'd rather not worry about drawing the tournament round. If they have their one of Sabrina, we could be in trouble again here because I haven't drawn a third of my 6 basics. That's pretty frustrating. Are they gonna have their one of Sabrina in the top half of their deck again? Ah, okay. I draw Blastoise. We're done here? I think we're done here, right? This only does 130, I believe. It's nice to get an easy one in the back of Misty on occasion. Let's get to turn the brain off and run them down. Bazooka Blast. Two really intense, close, nail-biting games. Misty, triple heads. Breathe. Breathe. We are 3-0 with our Blastoise brew in the tournament. Fun, fun, fun. All right, our rounds have been going really long with this deck, so this is our first time we kind of have a breather between rounds. We got 20 minutes until round 4 of the tournament. Yes, this deck will 100% be tomorrow's highlight video. The tournament rounds, even if we lose every match of the tournament from here, the first 3 rounds of this tournament just had really awesome, incredible games. We will 100% have some stellar content to post. No, I don't think Baby Blastoise is good in this deck. That's why I'm not playing it. Have you used Tauros much in this deck? Yes, if you only watched the last round of the tournament, the first 2 rounds, Tauros was very instrumental. It is very, very good. Something that is true of basically every good deck in Pokemon Pocket is that every good deck in Pokemon Pocket wants a diverse range of strategies. You don't want to be all in on only attacking with one thing. The reason why I think this Blastoise deck is performing is because it's not just a Blastoise deck. We did win. We flipped triple heads on a Misty and clocked him with a Blastoise on curve. Good. Felt good to get a freebie. We've been sweating a lot in this tournament. Have you played much of New Golem? New Golem is very mediocre. It was incredibly overhyped after one tournament result, and the card is very inconsistent and has largely fallen flat on its face. For folks that are new, you haven't watched my tournament gameplay before, we will not be playing the Blastoise deck between rounds. I like to mental reset and play something else, so if you're dipping in and out over the course of the next little bit, you can know we're playing tournament rounds when we're playing Blastoise. Been checking out some Gengar in the random queues. Just gonna clear these packs, then we'll hop on into Gengar. Do you enjoy the coin flips in this game? You want what qualifies as a hot take, my video gamers? I think Pokemon Pocket has less coin flips in it than Magic the Gathering, Marvel Snap, and a lot of other card games I've played. Pokemon Pocket has what we refer to as implicit coin flips. Or sorry, explicit coin flips, whereas other card games have a lot of what we refer to as implicit coin flips. What do I mean by this? If you're familiar with Magic the Gathering, something that's very common in Magic the Gathering is, do I hit my land drop? And a lot of the time, whether or not you hit your land drop is about 50-50, given how many cards are in your deck that are lands. So that's an implicit coin flip that happens constantly in Magic the Gathering. Do you hit a land or your spell, and is it the one that you need? In Marvel Snap, if you're familiar with that game, a lot of the time your coin flips happen on the very last turn, where you're hoping your tech card or the power that you're playing out to the board lines up appropriately into what your opponent's doing. You have no agency around it, it's just random, only there's not a literal coin flipping in front of you, so it's easier to talk yourself out of, oh, it's not a flip. Pokemon just puts the coin on the screen, so people can't lie to themselves and say, oh, there's no variance here. Pokemon Pocket's gameplay is very chess adjacent in that the plays on the board are very predictable most of the time. And if you're a good player who understands the game, just like in chess, you can map out what the next 4, 5, or 6 turns are going to play out like in most matchups. Coins are so important in Pokemon Pocket's cards and gameplay because if there weren't coins on key cards, the games would be deterministic very quickly. You'd be able to look at a board and go, oh, I have checkmate in 4 and there's nothing they can do about it. Or I have checkmate in 3 and there's nothing they can do about it. But because you could get paralyzed, or you could get slept, or Executor could flip heads and do extra damage, or Misty could hit heads and get them an energy advantage, those things use variance to create tension and add uncertainty and variety to the gameplay. I think it's perfectly reasonable to have the mental attitude or perspective that you prefer your coin flips be implicit, but as someone who has a graduate degree in math and has a good statistical understanding, for me personally, it's all the same. Like, I wholly and fully understand all of the implicit coin flips that are going on inside of the other games that I play, so seeing a literal coin flip in front of me is no different than knowing, oh, I bricked on this 50-50 that didn't involve a coin. Didn't involve a coin being in front of me. Yes, the low deck sizes in Pokemon Pocket actually make the draw variance in this game pretty low. Whenever you hear some elitist gamer who wants to put down Pokemon Pocket complain about the coin flips compared to another card game, you should ask them why they're playing that other card game instead of playing chess if they actually want to play a skill-based game. But the reality is that person's playing a card game because they enjoy games that have variance by design, because variance is fun. It's the life's blood of games like this. For people aren't familiar with my background, past the math stuff that I just talked about, I spent a decade playing high-level Magic the Gathering competitively. I top-8'd dozens of hundreds and thousand-plus player tournaments, often playing decks that I was working on of my own making, off-meta things, learning to attack the format in a way that I enjoyed. So I have a lot of experience coming at this from a lot of different games when I talk about things like Magic. You'll hear me make a lot of Magic and Snap comparisons because that's where my time has been spent. Past playing Magic competitively, I tweeted out some fun stats. So I've been streaming on Twitch for an eternity, over a decade. In my time spent streaming on Twitch, I have streamed 7,500 hours of Magic the Gathering, 3,700 hours of Marvel Snap, over 700 hours of Legends of Runeterra, and over 600 hours of Hex Shards of Fate. Rest in peace, that which is dead may never die. Those are just my on-stream hours. Excuse me, Eevee? Speaking of variance and tension, what a perfect thing to happen on screen while we're having our variance and tension gameplay. Eevee is so good. Some people were asking me if I thought the new promo Eevee was gonna be the best Eevee. This is the best Eevee by a lot. Because even if your Eevee does nothing some of the time, the fact that this card can completely high roll like that and give you some free knockouts is huge and big upside. Very, very confident that this is the best EV by a lot. What area of math did you study for your graduate degree? My master's thesis was in graph coloring. Kind of that, actually, Coprime. My master's project is linked here on my Dropbox from forever ago, but it had to do with analyzing networks using Python to find minimal matchings, I think. I don't know. It's all written out in there. So I finished grad school at 21, and I'm almost 34, so that was like 13 years ago. So please, for the love of God, do not ask present Jeff to explain past Jeff's master's thesis. Past Jeff would have been all over it. Present Jeff could probably figure it out if we needed to, but not off the cuff. Yeah, I haven't played Magic in a long time. Wizards of the Coast doesn't make the card game I used to enjoy anymore. Yeah, they changed a lot about it. There's a hand size limit in this game, but I think it's 10, so we can chill on 8 cards here and not burn the potion. I started undergrad at 16, and then did undergrad in like 3.5 years, and then grad school right after for like 1.5 to 2 years. Forget what the exact timeline was. All right, average Mew variance here on the genome hacking lets us clear the Jolteon, and then we're probably in an okay-ish spot. Good golly. What are basic Pokemon? Baby, don't hurt me. No basics, only Mew. Yep. So there are 6 cards. I think we're guaranteed a basic Pokemon next turn, right? There's 6 cards, and my bottom one's an X speed. So there's 2 Pokeballs, 2 Ghastlies, and another Mew. Yes, literally the 5 non-X speed cards in my deck right now are basic Pokemon. We tail smack them, so that way if they knock out our Mew, we can take the knockout on the back crack with the Haunter. Yeah, I didn't have much of a social life when I was going to school. I worked 40 hours a week during undergrad and grad school, and then played video games for the rest. It was school, work, and some amount of sleep in the middle. Oh, they just win. I missed that they had a knockout point. What did they knock out? Oh, I forgot the EV coin flips. I forgot the EV coin flips happened. We were chatting, and the EV coin flips happened so long ago. It was a different match in my brain. You had a job at 16 while going to college. Yeah, so I moved out of my parents' house when I was 17. Yeah, that's a lifetime ago. That's half my lifetime ago. I'll be 34 here soon. All right. Speaking of working full time and having jobs, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let the adverts roll. We will see you in a couple of minutes. The next tournament round starts in 7 minutes theoretically, so we're gonna do 2 minutes of ads, maybe squeeze in another game with Gengar, and then we'll be back with the 3-0 Blastoise deck for round 4 here. Thanks everybody for hanging out here on New Year's Day. Hope you're having a wonderful start to your 2025. Segway master, indeed. Oh, I think it's time to stand up too. Speaking of being old, my back is getting a little twitchy. Ooh. How's my day? My day's been swell. Pocket's been a ton of fun. We're doing well in this tournament with the brew. Man, Marvel Snap players are really hurting and struggling to find things to crap on Pokemon Pocket about. Someone in my Twitter mentions telling me that opening packs in Pokemon Pocket isn't fun and it's a chore. And I get that you get most of the good cards eventually, but it's really funny to hear a Snap player say that, because Marvel Snap probably has the least fun loot boxes in any card game I've ever played. Speaking as someone who regularly has like 100 plus Marvel Snap collector's reserves unopened because there's literally nothing of value in them. Zap has the worst loot box any game I've ever played. Yeah, me too, probably. I mostly just play card games, so that's my comparison, but you're right. I probably extend to non-card games too. Thoughts on the health of research in Pokeball being forced includes index. So, I think the framing of... That's a question that gets asked all the time, and I think that I might have to make a short video talking about it. Because I think the take that Professor and Research aren't healthy is very silly. Pokemon Pocket is very clearly designed to be a game where you play 16 card decks with 2 Research and 2 Pokeball. It's not like the Pokemon Pocket team designed this game and then they accidentally created these 2 cards that you have to play. They 100% created this game knowing that these were cards every deck was going to play, and they're happy with those being a core because those cards being core reduces variance and makes decks more consistent. Professor's Research and Pokeball are important tools in Pokemon Pocket to make sure you actually get to play the game with some frequency instead of just breaking and dying constantly. The fact that they're an auto-include is 100% a feature and is not a bug. I think comments that say things like the gameplay of Marvel Snap is just so bad are very ignorant and short-sighted. I think it doesn't surprise me that a lot of people who like traditional card games like Pokemon Pocket don't enjoy Marvel Snap. Marvel Snap is very much not a traditional TCG. Marvel Snap really innovated in the space and is genuinely different with the type of gameplay that it offers. And it's okay to not find that type of gameplay enjoyable. But that doesn't mean that gameplay is bad. It's just different than what you get in a regular card game. I think it's just this. We let them take the knockout on the Jinx, and then we spooky shot them, and then they hit us, and then we clear them. That seems fine. What kind of trainers would you like to see in the game? I don't really have a strong opinion on that. I'm a person who plays games. I'm very much not a game designer. So I love optimizing and figuring things out inside of these games, but I'm very much not my job to build them. Alright, it looks like all the matches for the round finished before the timer was even up, so we might not have time to finish this. We'll see how quick this pairs. Might have to bounce to play the tournament round. Yeah, we're just down to 20 and then Mew clears us. That's fine. Our tournament round is paired here. You're playing against the stock Pikachu deck again here. Although noteworthy, this build has 2 potions and only 1 Giovanni. Less Giovannis, I think, is good for our Blastoise deck. We're playing a bunch of 100 hit point things. Yes, most tournaments are open deck lists, so that way people like myself who are choosing to broadcast our matches don't put ourselves at a disadvantage. You don't want to punish people who are choosing to make content for and promote your event. So making it open deck list kind of levels the playing field a little bit for content creators. What happens if you select the wrong deck when matching for your tournament opponent? It depends on the rules. There's usually processes listed for what happens in that case. That's true too. Open deck list also prevents people from changing deck lists between rounds and cheating that way. Open deck list is more skill testing as well. So I personally prefer it. Is one baby Gengar worth running? I think Gengar is pretty awful regardless of how you build it, so you should follow your heart. Waiting for our opponent to check in here. For those of you that are new here, I know we just got done playing with some Gengar, and we're going to play some more with it later, but I'm never going to sugarcoat it. We play a lot of bad decks here. Doesn't mean you can't have fun or win games with them, but it doesn't make them good. Too many people will tell you, oh, I won games with this deck, so it's good or competitive. We'll be the first to let you know we won games with this deck, but it's probably bad. Use it at your own risk. Opponent has 5 minutes left to check in. They've still not done so. We play a bad Chatot deck. See, I just don't think Chatot's very interesting. I think playing a hyper-linear deck that only does one thing and isn't very good just doesn't sound particularly fun. Our opponent has checked in. Sweet. I love Melmetal. I think Melmetal's my favorite bad Pokemon right now. So close to being competitive. Just at a low bar, I think Melmetal's probably better than Golem. Alright, as always, I'm going to be a little bit less attentive towards chat while our round is playing out so we can try and focus up. We're playing against Pikachu EX, very stock build, 2 Zapdos, 2 Zebstrika, 1 Dedenne. No red card, 2 Sabrina, 2 X speed, 2 potion, 2 Giovanni. 2 potions a little atypical. Only 1 Giovanni is good for our deck full of 100 pointers. I think the opponent's best starts against us are the ones that involve Zebstrika. It's a card we'd like to avoid. Alright, no Squirtle, but I think that's okay. Honestly, in this matchup, I think we almost always want to start by powering up Tauros. Ideally, we find... My best possible draw to be greedy is I want to draw Research, and I want to hit Squirtle plus another 100 hit point Pokemon, so I can both start building up Blastoise and put energies on Tauros without being weak to Sabrina. The worry here is I don't find another basic, and they Sabrina up my Tauros and knock it out after I put energy on it. Ideally, these last 2 bench slots are second Drudagon Squirtle. Always feels extra bad to brick on basics in my 6 basic deck. Why are you showing your hand while playing a tournament? Because the first place prize for this tournament is like 40 USD, and hiding my hand is bad content, so if someone needs to cheat and look at my stream in order to beat me while we play, they probably need the match win a whole heck of a lot more than I do. them not having their one Giovanni here, or their Sabrina is big game. Is this going to be put the Zebstrika up? Yeah, well played by the opponent. This is what makes the Pikachu deck so powerful, is being able to maneuver in spots like this. I wonder if they're going to hit the Tauros or hit the Squirtle. I think they're supposed to hit the Tauros here. Yeah. I think the opponents played this really well. I think I vibe for now and just build Blastoise. It's going to take them 4 turns to kill Tauros, which is a long time for us to build Blastoise. I think the Pikachu deck is easily the most skill testing of the popular decks in this game. Second Squirtle with second War Turtle really makes the Zebstrika spread interesting here. I wonder if they're supposed to hit the Drudagon with the Zebstrika. Part of me thinks they are, but I don't know. I doubt either of us have played out this matchup a ton. We've done a handful of times now. I think I'm going to give him a knockout on the War Turtle. Because now how this works is, they knock this out. Next turn I go Leaf, Blastoise, clear this. And then with Giovanni and retreating the War Turtle, Tauros clears any of these and gets my last 2 points. I think we're in a really good spot here. You can see how the Drudagon plus the Blastoise, the Drudagon plus the Tauros having energy on it, really forced my opponent to play this game in an awkward way, which in turn bought us time to assemble the Blastoise EX. While Blastoise is obviously insane when you hit a bunch of Misty Heads, I've been really impressed today with this deck's ability to just like get 3 energy 100 damage Blastoise online and win the game with it. I think the opponent's only out here is to put up the Zapdos and get a knockout in 1. It's worth noting if they have their one of Giovanni, they only need 3 heads, which there's only 2 cards left in their deck. I think if they roll average with the Zapdos, we win. So with the Giovanni, they only need 3 heads out of 4. But without it, they need all 4. I assume they have it. Statistically, they have it. Can't look. All right. All right. Tauros is very, very good. I am very confident that Leaf is the best card in the Mythical Island expansion, and that Mew is the second best. The more I play, the more I think Tauros is the third best. It's so... I thought Tauros was going to be playable when I read the review at the start of the season. I underrated it. Wholly and completely underrated Tauros at the start of the season. All right, they have first energy advantage again. We have Drudagon start. Double research with Pokeball here. We're going to get to execute our game plan, most likely. We're going to see a lot of cards this game. Because we have our basics set up, I want to go ahead and research after we Pokeball here, because I'm looking for War Turtle and Blastoise with this, mostly. Definitely playing out Tauros to play around their 2 copies of Sabrina. I think I'm waiting on this last bench slot, because there is a world where I want 2 Blastoises, like the last game. I think this is a game where, again, I want to focus on powering up Tauros to start. Let's draw some cards here and see what we get. Without them having a Zebstrika, I think I can fill this last spot on my bench. Huh? The Drudagon here... I think it's almost always right to start Tauros. I'm going to play the other Tauros out here as well, because I don't want them to be able to Sabrina this one up and crack it. So putting out the third 100 hit pointer means they can't pull this one, and they can't pull this. So Giovanni here is huge. Thinking of things that might be huge. Misty. I think I have to put this energy here. Because if I don't put this energy here, they get to keep the Pikachu in. But they're going to get to start Zebstriking the Blastoise now. Hitting on the Misty would have been nice. They should have done that before they retreated, yeah? I think I have to put the Tauros up without the energy. I don't think I can put this one up with the energy, because then if they have their Giovanni, they clear this, and then I'm in a bad spot. I think I need to build the Blastoise up a little bit. And again, if they sit here and hit this, this gives me time to power up the War Turtle. Really curious to see them pick up that point there. Feels like a mistake for them to not be focusing me down. Don't think I play this out for the time being. This might be good as another Drudagon. If they just crack us again next turn with the Zebstrika, we just put the Blastoise in with the Leaf and clear the Zebstrika. Oh my god, I didn't play around the second Sabrina. Oh my god, I didn't play around the second Sabrina. Fuck! Oh my god, I played this game so well up until this point. I forgot they had two. Oh, that's the first one. I didn't play around the Sabrina, though. Shit. Oh, man. Oh, man. I needed to not lose this energy. It's a huge mistake. I think we're dead. I need to play the Squirtle out to play around that. I needed to put the other Squirtle on my bench, because if I put the other Squirtle on my bench and they push it up. All right, let's shake it off and win the next game. If I would have put the other Squirtle on my bench, they can't take the knockout point on the Squirtle because the Tauros would have cleared their Pikachu on the backswing. Would that have mattered, actually? Maybe it didn't matter. If they take the knockout on the Squirtle, it's their second knockout, and then I put the Tauros up and clear their Pikachu. But then I only get 2 points, and their second Pikachu can clear my Tauros. It actually doesn't matter because they had 2 Pikachu. I know it felt really bad. Yeah. So even if I played, I needed my other Drudagon. I actually would have lost that game even if I played the Squirtle out because they had both Pikachu. Yeah. Yeah, I would have lost either way, actually. That makes me feel a little bit better thinking it through. All right, game 3. Doesn't matter regardless whether it was a mistake or not. We've got a game 3 to focus up and play for now. Our 3-0 in the tournament. This is round 4. First energy advantage is nice. Let's see if we can have an ice opener. That is the opposite of an ice opener. Might have to give up our first energy advantage to swap this Squirtle out. We'll see. I think I'm just giving up first energy advantage. Let's see what we draw with the research. You really don't want to burn your leaf on turn 1 to swap your character out because makes it harder to get your Drudagon and your Tauroses around later when you need to pull them out. So we effectively here just traded who has first energy advantage. Alright, well that makes the answer to the question, where is my first energy going, a bit easier, yeah? Does it? I guess I'm not guaranteed to draw... If I draw Blastoise, I actually want to put my first energy here, right? Well, do I need to? I guess if they put Pikachu up and hit this, I actually don't need 5 energy here. That might be a mistake. Where you put your energies in this game is so skill testing. If I draw Blastoise next turn, I'm super happy to do this. But if I don't draw Blastoise, I kind of wish I would have put it on the Tauros. I'm going to put War Turtle up as my active Pokemon, so that way I can research into Blastoise. There's my boy Blue. All right, outside of my opponent hitting infinite coins with this, we're good to go here. I'm going to build the Tauros up just in case, but... They could run off a bunch of heads with Dedenne. This is the so you're saying there's a chance moment. You're a favorite. We are not a guarantee. Hit me, dealer. They don't realistically need that many heads. You cannot retreat when you're paralyzed, chat. This is game 3, round 4 of the tournament. They need one more. All right. Now they need to hit 2 out of 4 coins on their Zapdos. What a heartbreaker. What a heartbreaker. Oh my god! What television? Pay the script writers more! Bye, bye, bye! Oh, baby. Oh, baby! Ooh. Some of you were doubting me. I never doubted us for a second. Absolute cinema. I would like to dedicate this round of Pokemon Pocket to everybody out there who's anti-coin flip. In a game without coin flips, that never happens. What an insane sequence of events. Holy. Great. Alrighty then. Everybody unclench. Holy smokes. Anybody who doesn't think this game is esports ready, you are very wrong. Holy. We're shaking a little bit here. Shake it good. Do 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 do. Beauty. If you're watching on the YouTube side and you're enjoying the tournament content, make sure you tap the like button on the stream. Holy. I need to take a breather. I'm gonna put the deck list on the screen. We've got 13 minutes till the next round starts. We'll probably play around with Gengar in between, but I need to like take a walk around my basement really quick. Do some breathing. We've beat Pikachu twice in this tournament. We beat Mewtwo once. So what was the third? Was the third Celebi? I think it was Celebi. What do my notes say? Charizard. We played Celebi before the tournament. All right. All right. Have some ads, Twitch. Have some ads, YouTube. Thanks for the people tapping the like button. Thank you, Modial, for the brand new primer. Spacely, thank you for the 7 months. All right. BRB. I'm gonna take a... I don't usually do a ton of cardio after lunch, but I feel like I need to sit down and pedal for a minute. Got adrenaline to burn. Rip in peace. Thank you for the 41-month resubscription. I appreciate the almost 3.5 years. Welcome back. Absolutely nutty sequence. My Twitch tracker here says we've had almost 200 new people follow the stream today. That's really awesome. You're someone that's new and you haven't tapped the follow button already, consider doing so and coming back again. I stream full-time here on Twitch. You'll find me here Monday through Friday during the week. We're playing a ton of Pokemon Pockets, my absolute favorite card game these days. Community tournaments have been an absolute blast. We're always brewing and trying different things, both in tournaments and in random games, trying to see how we can attack the meta in different ways. Tauros has fast become one of my favorite Pokemon from this latest expansion to brew with. And Blastoise is my favorite Kanto starter for a long time. We are 4-0, yep. I think I might chill and not play games in between this round. I think we might take a 8 to 5 or 6 minute break or whatever. And walk through some of this. Can I steal content from past Jeff? Let's take a look at the metagame breakdown for this tournament and talk about that a little bit and look at some stats. I think I need a mental reset. I don't think I can play a game. The last couple of rounds have been really intense. Cazadore, thank you for the brand new primer. I appreciate that. And Tang, thanks for the 25 months. I really do appreciate those Prime subs. If you're someone who subscribes to Amazon Prime, you get a free subscription every single month on Twitch. If you create a Twitch account and link it to your Amazon account, every time you use that sub with Amazon Prime button, I get a couple of actual dollars in my pocket from Jeff Bezos. It's a big part of what allows this to provide for my family and be my full-time job, so I appreciate the folks that take the time to do that. Our tournament today has, how many we got? I think it's like 600 people. We got 665 people playing in today's tournament. 22% Gardevoir, 12% Greninja. If we combine the Pikachu separate entries, there's about 15-16% Pikachu, so big three in full swing: Mewtwo, Pikachu, Gyarados. Also having solid win rates overall for all of those, with Mewtwo being the lowest. That doesn't surprise me. I think Mewtwo gets attacked by a good bit of the field. This is something that does not surprise me as someone who's played a lot of it. So the Primeape Aerodactyl build of the fighting decks is more popular here at 5%, but its performance is markedly worse than the Aerodactyl Farfetch build of the fighting deck. I posted a highlight with this Aerodactyl Farfetch build yesterday after playing both of them, and I think this is the best build of the Hitmonlee Mars Shadow deck in Pokemon Pocket right now. I bet long term we see this one get more popular and have better stats. Ash Storm, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I think the inconsistency having a stage 1 attacker is not worth the nominal upside Primate offers, and it takes more deck slots is a big deal. Charizard and Arcanine both struggling a bit today, but smaller samples. Once you get past like the top 3 in a tournament of this size, even with 600 players, there aren't a ton of match samples here until we're later into the event. Any standouts from among that? Lower decks, not really. Another Aerodactyl build, putting some okay numbers. Anything spicy in... Oh, wait, do we? Anybody else playing something spicy in the 4-0? Oh. Ooh, is someone is 4-0 with Executor Greninja. I like this deck a lot. We've played a bit of this one on stream. This is a deck I played a good bit of last season before the new expansion. The new Execute is so good in here. That's so solid. I think it's one of the better two. There's so many fun 2-color Greninja decks. I like the Execute build a lot. There's us with our Blastoise Tauros deck. Those are accurate Pokemon to see displayed there. Anything else spicy in the 4-0s? Doesn't look like it. You're playing Charizard Arcanine, Jace? I'd really rather not play against you. I think Charizard Arcanine's probably a hard matchup for me. And you're, unironically, the only Charizard left up here, right? So it would be great if I could dodge the 1 in 32 of playing you. I think your deck's probably my worst matchup among here. I guess I don't know how the Greninja Gyarados matchup plays out. There's how many of those? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those at 4-0. That one might be hard too. We actually haven't played that matchup yet. Hey, Spotty T. Spotty, yeah, you should reach out to me via email, jeffhoagland@gmail.com, or slide into my DMs on Discord. And Jeff Hoagland on there as well. I should be in your Discord server. Thanks for hosting the tournament today. That's fun to play stuff. These tournaments are open to everyone white. Is there a likelihood that free-to-play players can enter and skew some of the statistics? And I mean, Evacron, you can go through and look at all the deck lists, but most of the people registering the meta decks in these things have fully powered things. And generally speaking, especially for the decks with larger sample sizes, it's probably fair to assume any bias that the open entry sample gives is pretty equally applied across all of the most popular decks. Like, there's not a reason to think, like, someone being free to play is more likely to play Mewtwo versus Gyarados versus Pikachu. So any bias that would be there should be pretty uniformly distributed and applied similarly across it all. Yeah, I also don't think it's too difficult for free-to-play players to have access to meta decks in this game. All right, we have 5 minutes until the round goes. I think I'm going to steal content from Jeff to shield the YouTube channel a little bit, just because I need a minute to reset. We're a little shaky after the last couple. I posted my meta decks tier list video this morning. So I'm going to play a little bit of that on stream to tease it so people can see what my edited content looks like for folks that are new. I'm biased, obviously, but I think my edited content is some of the highest quality you're going to find in the Pokemon Pocket space. Not just because of the info, but my editor that I work with is just really good at what they do. Let's play the first few minutes of this, huh? While I sit here and pedal and chill. Mythical Island expansion in Pokemon Pocket, so it's time for an updated metagame tier list. Let's go ahead and sort the most common decks by their power level and talk about why each is getting the rating it does. We kick off our A tier with what in my opinion are the three pillars of our format: Pikachu EX, Mewtwo EX, and Gyarados EX featuring Greninja. These three deck lists tend to be the most popular registered in our tournament gameplay and have the most favorable spread of matchups against the rest of the field. Among our highest tiered decks, I would give the smallest of edges to Pikachu EX as likely the best deck in our current format, in my opinion. This deck list does something objectively powerful pretty consistently, cracking for 90 damage as soon as you get your second energy on your deck's namesake. It has a polarizingly favorable matchup into Gyarados, one of the other pillars of the format, and against the third, Mewtwo, it holds its own with a roughly 50-50.
Pardon Speedy Jeff, but you can listen to me, Speedy. I listen to me, Speedy.
Matchup table if both players are playing at a similar level. In my opinion, the strongest variation of Pikachu EX is this one, playing Zebstrika. Zebstrika's ability to attack your opponent's bench is crucial in the Gyarados matchup and also shines against the variety of other lower tier decks that are looking to set up their big attacker behind a copy of Druddigon. Being able to poke down your opponent's backline when your aggressive attackers to start aren't good gives you a huge edge. Almost all of the Zebstrika Pikachu deck lists are playing these exact 9 Pokemon, but there's a ton of variation in what supporting trainers are being played. Varying copies of Sabrina, Giovanni, Leaf, Potion, even things like Blue all see play in top performing Pikachu deck lists. Moving on to Mewtwo EX, this appears to be the kind of 50-50 deck of our format. This means it has a pretty even or slightly favorable matchup into a majority of things you can expect to play against, with the one big asterisk being the Gyarados Greninja deck has an exceptionally strong matchup against Mewtwo. As far as deck list variation goes, most Mewtwo players are playing the 9 Pokemon you see on your screen, with a small number of them reaching for a second copy of Mew EX as a 6 basic. The trainers that are being played in this archetype have a ton of variation though. Professor's Research, Pokeball, and Mythical Slab being the only mainstays, and everything from X-Speed, Leaf, Sabrina, Blue, Giovanni, and even Red Card are all being played to support. Gyarados EX Greninja easily has the most polarized matchup table of our 8-tier deck list, regularly sporting an upwards of a 70% win rate against Mewtwo in a given tournament, but also being less than 30% to win against Pikachu EX, the two biggest decks in the format. This matchup polarization extends past the opponents in the top 3 though, with things like Celebi being quite strong for you, but things like Hitmonlee Marshadow being absolutely abysmal as well. The Gyarados archetype has the least variation between deck lists among the big 3. The 12 Pokemon are pretty set across everything, with the trainers only having 8 slots. We occasionally see people experimenting with cutting the second copy of Leaf or even Misty for things like Blue to try and get counterplay into things like Hitmonlee and Zebstrika, but it's not clear as of yet if making your matchups a little bit worse on average is worth trying to make your unwinnable matchups slightly better. Moving on to the B tier of our list, we have Marshadow Hitmonlee fighting variations, we have Celebi plus Executor, we have Arcanine Moltres featuring Mew EX, and we have non-Gyarados Greninja variations in a variety of flavors. None of the deck lists in this grouping have play rates as high as the 3 we talked about in the A tier, but they have decent matchups into a variety of things, and it's never a surprise to see any of them in the top performing deck list in a given tournament run. Celebi EX featuring Executor EX is definitely the most popular deck list of these lower tiers, but I think it deserves its B rating in large part due to its matchup table. It has an absolutely abysmal matchup against Gyarados, it is unfavorable against Mewtwo, and it only has a little bit of an edge in the Pikachu matchup. This means it's a really poor choice in the 3 most popular decks of the format. That being said, it tends to be very strong into the everything else portion of the metagame, making it a phenomenal pub stomper that's going to beat up on a lot of the random things that you're going to queue into in Pokemon Pocket. You should note that the Celebi deck list that I'm featuring here today is playing 2 Execute and 2 Executor EX. This is not a mistake. The variations of Celebi that are not playing this 3rd additional Pokemon line as a supplementary attacker have had abysmal performances overall, and as is often the case, playing more basics and having a more dynamic game plan that's not all in on doing a single thing tends to be more successful in competitive Pokemon Pocket. There are 3 primary variations of this Marshadow Hitmonlee fighting archetype that are seeing consistent success right now. The first of these is an 8 basic variation playing Tauros and Mew EX as your supplementary attackers. There is an Aerodactyl EX version using this as a finisher that doesn't dilute your starting pool of basic Pokemon that you get in your opening hand or pull with Pokeball. And there is a build that is giving up the Farfetch'd as a basic early piece of pressure in order to play the new Mankey and Primate from the Mythical Island expansion to apply a little bit more pressure, albeit a little bit less consistently since you need an evolution. These
All right, if you want to watch the rest of this, I appreciate the likes and comments on that.
check out my tier list video on the YouTube side. I do not edit my videos myself. I pay a professional to do that. They do a better job than I would, and it saves me copious amounts of time. I try to live stream 30 to 40 hours a week, editing a lot of highly edited YouTube stuff on top of that would be pretty tough. Next round of our tournament has paired. Let's go ahead and hop on into that, shall we? We're playing against, ooh, speaking of, we were just looking at the Greninja decks. We're playing against Fighting Greninja this round. One of the B tier decks from the tier list I was just talking about. I wouldn't be surprised if this matchup's a little bit hard for us. The lack of EX Pokemon means that we're kind of all in on Blastoise, which is not a stellar place to be, especially when they have Greninja to potentially pressure our bench alongside Hitmonlee. Waiting for the opponent to hop in the queue with us. Hey, thanks for the 21 months, Hollywood. Appreciate it. Welcome back. If you don't have a second Tauros, what would you play? I think having two Tauros is unfortunately pretty important for this Blastoise build. It's instrumental in your Celebi, Pikachu, and Mewtwo matchups, which are all pretty popular. If you're missing a Zapdos EX from the Pikachu EX deck, you should play a different electric Pokemon. You definitely shouldn't play non-lightning Pokemon in your Pikachu deck. Yeah, another Paralyzed Mouse is a fine suggestion. The Dene is pretty good. You can also play like an Electabuzz as like a third Zebstrika is probably fine as well. How good is Blastoise? I think Blastoise is on the cusp of being like a B tier card. Always feels very close. Today's deck is definitely the best feeling Blastoise deck I've played in a while. It's got some good game theory behind it. It's fun to get a good start in the tournament here with it. Yeah, if you hit your Blastoise on curve, it's really good. The question is figuring out what does a functional deck look like that's not just dead when it doesn't have Blastoise on curve. Jeff is creating a new meta. I don't think I expect this Blastoise deck to become a meta deck, but it gives me a reason to play my flared 2-star Blastoises and not feel completely bad about it. How many rounds will this tournament be? With 600 people, it's probably 10? Actually, no. What's this format here? Are they doing a top 64 cut? That's weird. It's a big cut. I guess it makes for less rounds of Swiss. This says 6 rounds of Swiss. Interesting. This says 6 rounds of Swiss with a top 64 cut. What does on curve mean? It means playing it as soon as possible. So playing Squirtle, and then War Turtle evolved right away, and then Blastoise evolved right away. Yeah, I don't hate the idea of a bigger cut either. Less rounds of Swiss lets people move on sooner. It's a fun idea for a structure, I think. All right, as always, we'll be a little bit more focused on the gameplay and not being quite as attentive to chat. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Please behave yourself. The moderators will bonk you if you don't. First energy advantage sounds nice. Opponent has 1 copy of Sabrina and no copies of red cards. So when I'm going second in a spot like this, I want to hold my extra basics against no red cards so they can't Sabrina me and put them into the active spot on the first turn. Opponent leading on one of their 2 Marshadows, definitely not ideal for them. They have a fighting energy to start here. Oh, I guess that's a question. I wonder if they're on fighting and water. I would assume they're playing 2 energy types. Usually Greninja's kind of mid if you can't do stuff with it. Hitmonlee with fighting energy to start is terrifying. It means they can beat up our Squirtle while it's on the bench. Oh, they do have a Mew. Almost assuredly not playing Psychic Energy. Do I ever leaf into the Squirtle and attack them for 20? That's gotta be wrong, yeah? That's wrong. I think we'll do... this and then pass. I don't really care if they Sabrina me, I don't think. If they X-speed and put the Hitmonlee up, I think I will leaf and put the Squirtle up as the plan. Them playing the Froakie out means that they can't Farfetch'd us, but they could Frogadier us. No evolution here is pretty bad for us. Them having their 1 Hitmonlee in the opener is definitely their best possible start. I'm gonna split the difference on where my energies are, I think, to play around the Frogadier. That's their only copy of Sabrina. Still no water energy. I wonder if they're playing it. Well, this is my last water Pokemon, so I might as well Misty it. I suppose they can retreat into Marshadow, attack me for 40. And then even if I evolve, I don't get past it. Yeah, they must be on no water energy. Interesting. Makes their Greninja a lot worse. Not useless, obviously, but a good bit worse. They could clear the Squirtle here. I'm really surprised they're not clearing the Squirtle. I feel like the only way I win this game is if I get to Blastoise. I think we're probably dead. I think I need to, like, top deck Blastoise next turn into top deck Misty and flip heads the following turn, which is all pretty unlikely. They only have one Hitmonlee in their deck, and I think opening on the Hitmonlee is their best possible start against us, so that was a tough one considering we didn't have the Blastoise to top it off. It's fine, these are best of 3. Yep. Duck claims a victim. I need, like, research into Blastoise. I'm gonna need a combination of cards to win this game. I involve, like, Blastoise, X-Speed, and Misty and stuff. So very, very unfavored from here. Insert, so you're saying there's a chance here. They're already through their only Sabrina, so we're not dead on board. Gosh, what's the line from here? Oh, the Mew lets them win this turn. We are dead on board to the Mew. Yeah, well played. Opponent played that really well. Good opener for them, but they also executed it to perfection. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have 8 basic Pokemon. Hopefully we can dodge them having Hitmonlee to start this time. Fingers crossed, or if they do, we can rush to Blastoise would be ideal. I do not have any insight into why Pokemon Pocket picks the promos they do, no. I'm glad they picked a very playable EX Pokemon, though, in Moltres. I'm sure there are people missing Moltres from their collection that are happy to have a copy now. Saves folks some pack points. A solid opener. Dodge a Hitmonlee, we can dodge a ball. This is 40% to be a Squirtle. 5 basics in my deck, 2 of them are the baby turtle. Oh, that's frustrating. It's 66% to be a Squirtle. Play the other Tauros out here. I think it's close though. I don't want to retreat and attack this turn because I could lose to their one Giovanni on the Marshadow clearing this. This is going to go to 120. If they have Greninja on curve here, we're going to be in trouble. Because they're going to put this to 120 with the kick, and then I clear the Hitmonlee, but then they do 100 and they would do another 20 here. Yep. It just dawned on me that this is the Bullfrog deck with Blastoise instead of Greninja. Yeah, Nerdlock, that's exactly what the thought process was when I was building it. It's that same core, only you can't attack with the Drudagon. I don't think I can win the game. I think I can win the game. I need to start building a second Blastoise, yeah? Is the line to win the game? Needed a Squirtle this turn. You should Sabrina them. Video gamers. I'm begging you, hands and knees. Yeah, this is why we needed them to not open on Hitmonlee. If this had even just 30 less damage on it, we'd be in such a good spot here. But the fact that they had their one of Hitmonlee on the first turn of the game, 2 games in a row, is just a little bit too much for us. We get set up faster than Gyarados does here, but just like not quite fast enough to get across the finish line. If I would have had Squirtle last turn into War Turtle this turn, into this on curve, we might have been okay. Maybe 2 copies of Leaf will give us enough time, but doubtful because of the Greninja pressure. GG opponent. Opponent played this really well. They had their good opener. They didn't really have a lot of choices that mattered in these games. So it's unfortunate, but that's how card games go sometimes. Luck and the rest to our opponent. We are 4-1. Let's take a look. So this tournament has a little bit of a unique format. There are 6 rounds of Swiss and then a 64-player card. Their deck's a hard counter to ours. Do you mean they have 1 card out of 8 basics that happens to be good against us when they have it exactly on 1? I would be surprised if I played that matchup 100 times and I didn't win at 40 of them. I would assume we're a little bit of a dog to a Hitmonlee deck, but to a deck with 1 Hitmonlee and 8 basics, I would assume it's probably not too terrible. There isn't a clean way to look at this. It's awkward that it mixes some of the results. Like, some people are 5-0 and some people that haven't finished are 4-0. If we win the next round, we're definitely top 64. I don't think I can lose. What do my breakers look like? Oh my gosh. One of my very talented curses while playing games competitively is managing to start 4-0 at a tournament and still having the absolute worst tiebreakers you ever seen in your whole goddamn life. That's brutal. Second breaker here, opponent percentage. That's so atrocious. It'll get a little bit better because the person that just beat us is 5-0 now, but man, our previous round opponents must have got absolutely dumpstered, huh? Really? They're actually not doing that bad. We had one O2 drop on the Charizard, but 2-2, 3-2, 3-2. I guess the O2 skews it a lot. We had a 5-0 in there. Will depend on how these play out. Yeah, we beat Pikachu twice with our Blastoise deck. I don't know, Chit. I don't think our deck has a strictly terrible Pikachu matchup. I think Tauros EX does a lot of work there. All right, we've got, how long till the next round? We got 18 minutes. Let's play some Gengar in between, huh? We've almost got enough for a Gengar highlight at some point. I just like to make one thing really clear because it's something that happens a lot in other chats that always grosses me out a little bit. You are never welcome to come into my live stream and insult my opponents or me for our play. You are always welcome to offer constructive, pointed, specific criticism. If you see a line my opponent takes or a line that I take and you think we could do something better, you could explain why your suggestion is better in your opinion. But just coming in here and saying you're bad or your opponent was bad or they played poorly, that's just rude and it's just tearing people down and it's not a vibe I'm going to tolerate here. There's a big difference between saying, hey, I think you could have done this better because of this, that, or the other thing, and hey, you're just bad. Can you please show me your Gengar deck? Usually I expect someone to buy me dinner first before I send them deck pics. Well, I don't know how the younger people are doing it these days. They just like start with that up front. Funniest thing I've heard today. Thanks, I try. If you budding Expeditioner with just Mew, you lose the game. You do, yes. You have red carded my Gengar deck. Thanks for the Ghastly, appreciate it. Oh no, my Mew's still asleep, however will it not attack now? No, the tournament has 6 rounds of Swiss. Has a top 64 cut after. If we win the next round, we'll be in the top 64 cut. We are 4-1. This tournament's been so much fun today. The first 4 rounds were such stellar close games all around. Last round was a little bit sad, but that's gonna happen. Can't win them all. The evolution on this dork attacks for 80, right? So I'll need a Giovanni to clear Mew next turn. I'm gonna be a little bit greedy and say they don't have Giovanni, and so they fit red card in their deck. Get up, back it in. Let me begin. Sometimes you lose to the Pokedex red card gamer chat. In the words of the greatest poet of our generation, you just gotta shake it off and move on to the next one. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Looking for a Haunter and a Gengar. We'll Pokeball before we research. That way we're more likely to find our evolution friends. Blorges, or however it's pronounced, is one of those cards that, like, seems like it'd be really good in a very different format of Pokemon Pocket. However, in the reality where we live, it seems really clunky to play a card that depends on healing when everybody's just one-shotting you left and right. With the increase in popularity of cards that hit the bench, I'm liking cards that can stall and deal pressure like Kanga over Druddigon. Yeah, I can see that. The big downside to Kanga is the fact that it has a 3 energy retreat cost as well, though. But I could definitely see merit in testing Kanga's count over Druddigon in, like, the Blastoise deck we're playing today. What Haunter are you on? The DL30 Haunter is the best Haunter. How can you watch the previous 5 matches he's done in the tournament? You can manually scroll back in the YouTube live stream that you're watching, but I'm also going to have my editor go ahead and cut up the 4 matches that we played and remove the downtime for tomorrow's highlight on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel. They've been really great games, but if you want to get to it before then, the live stream archives are there for you. Just make sure if you watch it on the live stream, you, like, play the highlight video for your dog or something, so I still get a view count on it. You know, do me a solid. How's the Celebi matchup with the Blastoise deck? It seems all right. I think Tauros is really solid there. I think if Celebi doesn't hit double heads on its first attack, you're probably favored. Start powering up Mew here, so that way we can threaten the Gyarados. I wish Gengar was better. He's definitely a fan favorite that a lot of people wish was better. Someone asked, what's the purpose of Jinx in this deck? I'm not sure. I did the unspeakable, chat. I went on the internet and downloaded this one. Imagine stealing deck lists off the internet. Couldn't be me. It could be cool if we get some type of gym leader supporter for Gengar. Or an Elite Four. There's an Elite Four lady that uses Gengar from a flavor story perspective, right? Agatha, yeah. It could be an Agatha supporter card could be fun. Building up a second Gengar actually sounds kind of good here, right? Because then we have two things that can survive a Gyarados hit. There's also a gym leader in Johto for the second region. Yeah, I bet our set at the end of January is a Johto expansion, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some type of Gengar support. You show us the deck list. Yeah, after we finish this game, we're going to take a brief ad break, and I'll throw the Gengar deck up on screen during that. Zangrief, thank you for the 56 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Do we prefer putting Gengar up to 3 in case their Gyarados strips the energy from it? I mean, maybe you should put your Gengar up to 3, but I'm pretty lucky, so their Gengar would never dream of taking an energy away from one of my Pokemon. If you're someone at home who's unlucky, you should definitely hedge the Gyarados taking your energy away. But I'm a professional. Be more lucky. Alternatively, be less unlucky is a solid suggestion. What are they waiting for? I don't know. I think I break the staring contest though, yeah? I don't know if it wins us the game, but I think we put the Gengar up and crack the Drudagon. They're probably playing Giovanni. I guess by forcing me to do this, it means that Giovanni plus Gyarados clears the Gengar. And this is kind of like classic Gengar stuff. Like, my opponent gave us infinite time to set up Gengar, but oh, they can't Giovanni me because of the Pokemon ability. That was a test. Some of you passed. The rest of you should try harder in the future. I think you can win this. I think we can win this. I agree. I think the backup Gengar surviving a shot from Gyarados means we got a real chance here. I think it's just this. And then if they put up, they can't knock me out with Vaporeon because they're locked out of Giovanni. And they can put Gyarados up and take 2 knockout points, but then Gengar can hit them, and they can't Sabrina me out of the Gengar because of Gengar's ability. And then we put this to 80, and then they'll be forced to retreat it. I don't know, do they have enough time to set up second? Oh, I guess they can technically set up the other Gyarados, right? Because they have a washout. The Vaporeon washing out could be the line here because I don't have any more Sabrinas, yeah. This is gonna be just like kind of classic Gengar problems. Like we got fully set up and got to do everything, but he just wasn't good enough, right? It's like, all right, this is my Gengar stuff. It's really not good enough. If you would have taken the Drudagon KO with the other Gengar, they wouldn't have gotten a knockout here. Yeah, maybe? I don't know. I don't know if that would have been enough, though, still, yeah? I have to sit and think through what the permutations are. Oh, could we have set up Jinx to one-shot the Gyarados? No. With 5 energy, it's only 130. Not enough. Yeah, and even if they hit their energy and then we hit their energy with Mew, they're still attacking with this texture, right? There's like infinite energy on the board. Classic Gengar stuff. This Gengar deck went 4-1 in one of the community tournaments we played yesterday, or the day before. It wasn't the one we were playing, it was something else. But I'm a little skeptical, but it's enough. It's been kind of mid for us so far today. All right, let's take a brief pause for the cause and roll some ads. Our next round of the tournament will be queuing up in about 3 minutes. Appreciate everybody hanging out here on this New Year's Day. Hope your 2025 is off to a great start. Don't go anywhere. We are 4-1 in the tournament with Blastoise. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. Almost 800 people watching over there and only 660 like button pressers so far. Some folks lurking, that could definitely do it. Trainer tier list is an interesting idea. I'm going to have an updated EX Pokemon tier list on Friday, and if that has okay metrics, maybe we'll try a trainer tier list. I don't know. I did a trainer tier list when Pocket launched and it didn't perform really well, but maybe now that there's more options, it would do better. There weren't a ton of options at launch, which made that content a little bit less good, I think. Could be worth trying. Hey, Botox. Thanks for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. All right. Says all the matches are completed. Let's take a look at what standings look like. It's the wrong button. I learned Control F while in OBS, full screens me. That was Golem. Golem's absolutely atrocious. Just take a look at my meta report here that details how bad Golem is from a data-driven perspective. Our breakers got better after that round. We are 4-1. We're 54. The top 64 make the cut. The 4-1s go down to 109. So all of the 5-0s make it. So that's 18. 64 minus 18. There's 46 people that make it in. That'll be worse than 5-1. 46. And then there's 19 through a lot. All right, so we're guaranteed in with a win, and depending on breakers, we could sneak in with a loss. obviously playing to win as always. Hey, what's going on, Jacob? Yeah, the Pikachu matches were intense so far with the Blastoise deck. Just win and ignore the math. That is exactly correct. Optimal game plan is win and ignore the math. How do you get a tie? You can unintentionally draw by having the round timer run out on you. If both players are still playing and they're 1-1 when the timer runs out. The tiebreakers are your opponent's match win percentage, which mine are mid-tier, like right around the center of. I guess I'm a little bit higher. Nah, we're at the middle. 4-1 start at 20, and I'm 54. So pretty average breakers for us. We played a bunch of the Blastoise deck before the tournament looked no numbers, and it was just absolutely awesome. And it's hard for me to pass up playing with my boy Blue if he feels remotely playable. I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick before this round pairs. Be right. We're playing against the double Hitmonlee deck. I think the fighting matchup's a little scuffed for us. What's good into the fighting matchup? Mewtwo's pretty good against the fighting deck. Celebi is also very good into the fighting deck. Celebi and Mewtwo are the matches the games they're looking to dodge. Think they'll release a dragon that's competitive. Drudigon is right there, gamer. Drudigon is right there. I actually might be wrong that some 4-2s make it, right? Because the 4-1s go down to 109. And half of those is... Yeah, I think there's a very limited number of 4-2s that make it. It's close, though, because the 4-1s go from 20 to 109. 109 minus 20 is 89. So it's like 40, 45. You cut that in half. It might actually be pretty clean that it's only 5-1s that make it. I think if Dragonite didn't overkill with excess damage, you'd be more competitive. Card's probably cracked if it couldn't overkill. Is there a world where I offer a draw? I actually offered my opponent a draw and then said I thought better of it. There's a small chance. I think a draw would be good for me and bad for my opponent because I think this matchup is bad for me. So I'd be happy to draw for 1 point and maybe sneak in, but my opponent should definitely just play it. So I'll just play. I think it's rude of me to offer it in a bad matchup when they're in with a win. My opponent checked in and is then not responding to any of my chat messages. We'll give him another 2 minutes, I guess, and then we'll call a judge and see what's up. I think it's not accurate that Stage 2 Pokemon are mid lane. I think literally 2 of the 3 best decks in Pokemon Pocket right now rely on Stage 2 Pokemon. Gyarados, Greninja, and Mewtwo are both decks leveraging Stage 2 Pokemon that are very good. They're at the top of the metagame. I think they need to be incredibly careful about how they approach making Stage 2 Pokemon that you want to be attacking with more consistent, because it's very easy for them to print a card that's like, makes Blastoise and Machamp better, that makes Greninja and Gardevoir absolutely correct. I don't know what exactly the design looks like that like helps Blastoise and Machamp and Pidgeot and doesn't help Gardevoir and Greninja, but it's not my job to figure out. I wouldn't be surprised if they add some kind of consistency to Stage 2s at some point, but I think they need to be very careful with how they do it because there are decks already that have Stage 2s that are good. Stage 3 Pokemon don't exist, Robert. Venusaur, Charizard, Blastoise are Stage 2. It's basic, Stage 1, Stage 2. So Gardevoir, and Greninja are Stage 2s, just like Blastoise, Venusaur, and Charizard. This is something you definitely shouldn't do, gamers. Please don't check in for your round and then go AFK. That's super rude. Just a judge. You think Pocket's gonna end up having a rotating format? Absolutely, but we're years off from it. I believe Paper Pokemon has cards in their format for 2 years, so I would expect Pocket's eventual format rotation won't happen until a couple of years from now. At the absolute soonest, it would be a year at a time, but I would expect 2 like the paper game. So two-year rotation in Pokemon Pocket means that the cards that are legal right now wouldn't be rotating until October of 2026. Yeah, 2026. My money is on, we have all these sets that start with 1A, and then we'll have 1B, and then we'll have 1C and 1D, and then into the second year, we'll have 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, and then I bet they'll rotate a full year's worth of cards off at a time. And then we'll have, it'll go between 5 sets and 8 sets, and then shrink back down and go back up and forth, is typically how these things work. They could do something innovative and different, because it's a digital card game in the space, so they could try something novel, but if they want to follow the typical card game canvas, I assume it would be something like that. I don't really have any ideas for designs that would help Blastoise but not help Gardevoir, help Machamp and not help Gardevoir. Designing cards is not my job, thankfully. I enjoy playing card games and figuring out combinations in the cards that are there. Don't really have a strong interest in talking about theoreticals. My assumption is they will ban cards rather than do live balance, but technically their verbiage leaves room for both to happen. Apologies to everybody waiting. My opponent checked in for the round and then has not shown up. I requested a judge 2 minutes ago, but the judge hasn't responded yet either. I'm sure they're busy because this tournament's big, so we just gotta chill with some downtime until it gets sorted out here. an interesting thought, Billyscape. A lot of the stage 2s that you want to attack with are EXs, so some type of supporter card that only helps stage 2 EX Pokemon could be neat. I don't hate that idea. Did you ask for a judge in the Discord? No, I asked, there's a request to judge. The judge has awarded us 1 win for my opponent not showing up. Okay, we'll see if they show up. Asking how long we wait before the second by default. My favorite color, blue. That's why I love my boy Blue. All right, we have to wait 2 more minutes for the forfeit, and if they show up, they're down a game, so we only have to win one of the 2. Yeah, it could be a real life emergency. Like I said, these tournaments are fun, but they're like pretty minimal stakes. Like I think first place is only like 40 bucks. So sometimes life happens. Yeah, it's 40 bucks for first, 20 for second, and 15 for third and fourth. Sure. Appreciate these events happening, but it's also understandable when people got a dip if something comes up. I'm very, very fortunate this is able to be my job, that everybody has that benefit. No, they're all free to enter, Tubos. Limitless has stuff most days of the week. The biggest tournament every week is Ursa Day's tournament. She has a card shop that sponsors her events for like a $300 or $400 prize pool. They're always the biggest. They usually have like 1,500 to 2,000 people that play. It's really pretty awesome. I wasn't expecting this game to have such a intense and awesome community tournament scene. And it's been awesome that it has. I audibled to playing Blastoise at the last possible minute because we were testing a Blastoise deck this morning that I built and it felt good. And we're 4-1 now. Might get the 5-1 and win by default. All right, we've won by default. Thank you, Judge. Default. Default. We are locked for top 64. All right, let's do I have enough Gengar games? Nah, I want like one or two more Gengar games. Let's see. Let's continue losing with the Gengar deck. No, I believe the top 64 plays out right now, and it's single elims, so no telling exactly how long we'll be. That starts in 28 minutes, though. The 4 rounds, or we played 5 rounds. We beat Pikachu twice. We beat Mewtwo once. What was the other one? We beat Charizard, Pikachu twice, and Mewtwo, and then we lost to Fighting Greninja. Speaking of Charizard, I actually haven't played against a Charizard deck with Mew EX in my deck. So I'm curious to see how this feels. This is pretty hard to counter gaming in this style of matchup. apparently, intentional drawing wasn't even an option. They have an extra rules page inside of their Discord server that has an extra rule that says you can't intentionally draw. Which, for reference, I think, I think it's very silly to ban intentional draws inside of tournaments. Two people that know each other could easily message each other in a private chat and just agree to play their game slowly, especially if neither of them are streaming. And, like, obviously, if you proved that it couldn't be, but, like, for the sake of tournament integrity and not encouraging people to do things that are not like that, I think banning intentional draws in general is silly. If you want to get rid of intentional draws, you should make draws worth 0 points to make it so there's no upside. It is bad tournament structure to let unintentional draws be worth 1 point and say you can't intentionally draw. That's how you properly do it. I'll have to pass that feedback on to the TO. They seemed like they were pretty responsive, but I think it's in general not great to be like, you can't intentionally draw, but also unintentional draws are worth a point. Yeah, you change the format. Which, for what it's worth, I think no draws is fine. It's just you need to zero them out for how much they're worth, not make an incentive for people to, like, play slowly. What's the best counter to Pikachu X? Celebi and Mewtwo both have alright Pikachu matchups, but I will say one of the reasons why Pikachu is a really good deck is because it doesn't really get full hard countered by anything. I think if you play it well, the Pikachu deck has a real shot in most matchups. How does it work if you don't have fire energy? If you don't have fire energy or psychic energy for genome hacking, you just don't have to discard anything. Hey, Alex, thanks for the 10 months. It's good to have you back again. Appreciate it. In general, I'm pretty much of the opinion that, like, draws mostly shouldn't be happening in pocket games. Like, one of the things I want to experiment with in terms of we're gonna take a crack at running my own pocket tournament after the second set releases at the end of January, and we're gonna have a much more aggressive, shorter round timer. I think the 40-minute round timer is pretty unnecessary. I think 35, 30, or maybe even 25 could be good. Yeah, so the only problem with having a rule against intentional slow play, Spotty D, is like if two people know each other and they want to take a draw because it's beneficial for them, unless one of them's like streaming and talking about colluding, they could just like agree to it and like have it happen, right? Just like mark a game after 20 minutes, mark a game after 35 minutes, and be like, oh, oops, we drawed, we'll take the point. It's just one of those, you want the structure of the tournament to like not, you want the structure of the tournament to not incentivize colluding, essentially. I was gonna build up the second Mew. I don't know how the Charizard deck ever beats it. Moltres gets cleared in 2 genome hackings, then we have this one ready to clear the Charizard if it ever happens. Cool. Yeah, y'all have done a good job so far. I appreciate you hosting. to have more things to play in. Ooh. Huh. Arcanine. Arcanine's actually pretty scary. Although I guess... No, this only... I have another X speeds. This is probably fine. Well, they already put their energy out for the... I was thinking they were gonna... They needed to try and high roll Moltres to get Arcanine set up here, I think. Our opponent's been a little unlucky here, but I don't think they've made the best of their bad fortune. Two F speeds here to undo their Sabrinas. I will say, Spotty D, I do really like the overall structure of the event where you have less rounds of Swiss and a bigger top cut. Hey, thanks for the gift sub, Div. I think that structure with less rounds of Swiss and a bigger top cut for a bigger event is more appealing than like having everybody play 8 or 9 or 10 rounds of Swiss. What is Swiss for the uneducated? Swiss means everybody plays all of the rounds, and each round you're paired against someone with the same match record as you. So like everybody plays the second, when you play everybody in the second round, everybody who's 1-1 plays a random other person who's 1-1, everybody who's 2-0 plays another 2-0, everybody who's 0-2 plays an 0-2, etc. I actually don't know why it's called Swiss rounds. I think chess was the original game that did it, right? That's just, it's called in tournaments. Yeah, it tries to always play you with the same record if it can't pair an exactly even number. If it can't pair an exactly even number, it'll like pair you down or up slightly. Alright, so Fire Claws isn't quite lethal here, but it's close. And they can't just leave Charizard up, or Charmeleon, because I have 2 knockout points. So I guess I'll put an energy here, but we genome hacking hit them for 60, and then they don't have any outs with anything on the board. Gengar's there for moral support this game. This game is a clinic in why Mew is very good, yes. So, Swiss versus double elimination is interesting. While Swiss is obviously less variance than single elimination, Swiss is effectively double elimination in a way. I guess it's closer to triple elimination. The way Swiss tournaments tend to work, what's the word I'm searching for? Oh my goodness, does their Charmander let them beat us here? Because I didn't power up the Gengar? Oh man, we actually lose to the Charmander. What a twist. We were BS'd in chat. I wasn't thinking about it. Because I can't knock out the Charmander with anything that we have on the board here, and they can switch back to the Charizard and get their last knockout point. That's so funny. I needed to have 2 energy on each of these so I could split the difference on the last turn. Any replacements for Mew? No, Mew's really important for this deck. This deck's kind of underpowered and bad as is, and Mew does some heavy lifting. We'd have won this game with slightly better play, but the opponent navigated it really well. And they beat us making some mistakes here. Yeah, you losing to Charmander. What a scuff beat. Swiss format was first noted to be used at a chess tournament in Switzerland in 1895. Yeah, the big upside Swiss has over something like double elimination is it lets everybody who wants to play all the rounds get more experience playing in a tournament. So like if you're playing your first tournament and you start 0-2 and you're like, okay, I just want to practice the best of 3 format, you can play all 6 rounds and not just be out of it, yeah? Tried Mew Drudagon Dragonite. That was the Mew Drudagon Dragonite deck is the one that I highlighted in my tier list video this morning. I think it is the least bad build of Dragonite, but it is still quite mediocre. Don't experienced TCG players get mad at inexperienced players who play it out. You should not judge a format based on what curmudgeon-y Magic the Gathering players get upset about. More people playing means there's a slightly more chance that rounds go to time and take longer, but it's pretty nominal, especially if you're playing fast. We won the last round of the tournament thanks to the 2 best words in the English language, default. Our opponent was a no-show. Must have had something come up to miss at 4-1. The only thing Magic the Gathering players like more than Magic the Gathering is complaining about Magic the Gathering. They're often a very bitter lot in the competitive sense. I've been unimpressed with most decks that can't attack with Drudagon. I mean, the best Drudagon decks can't attack with him. A Gengar Mirror. Wake up, sheeple. My friend spent $800 on certain land cards. Wow, he must have gotten a deal. Sounds cheap. I'm gonna Sabrina their Haunter up, so that way they need an X speed to attack with Tauros next turn. That's like 1 Underground Sea. I don't play Magic. What are land cards? If you're familiar with energy cards from paper Pokemon, land cards are basically resources. I'm 402. Should I keep playing in the tournament? Yeah, you'll probably be top 64 cut at 402. Although, how can you be 402? You can't draw already. Did you unintentionally draw twice earlier in the tournament? That's so wild. How do you draw twice in Pokemon Pocket? What are you playing? Oh, 4-2. 4-2, you're probably dead, but wait and see. Some of the 4-2s make the cut, I think. After the 6 rounds of Swiss, there's a top 64 cut, which will be single elimination. So we're 5-1, so we'll get to play that. They're playing Executor, Butterfree, Kabutops. LOL. Wait, they had the Leaf, and they didn't put the energy on the Tauros? When playing Farfetch, Marshadow, Hitmonlee, how do you know when to lead Farfetch versus Hitmonlee? It's mostly a coin flip Fire Emblem. Is Magic free-to-play friendly? Oh, wait, are they serious? I apologize if you're serious. No. Oh, man. Magic Arena is pretty good free to play if you're good at drafting. Translation: if you can win 70+% of your games in a format infested by sharks, you can play for free. Oh, I think we're dead here because they took their first knockout points with that Geo. Tauros is just so good. All right, gamers. I think I would feel bad posting a deck highlight with this Gengar deck because it's just pretty atrocious. We're gonna delete the games I have written down and play something else in between. Gengar remains trash. All right. In the meantime, in between time, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. The top 64 cut will be starting in about 10 minutes, it looks like. I'm going to throw the Blastoise deck up on screen for people that want to see the deck we're playing over there at 5-1. We'll be play a metal deck. Maybe I posted a metal highlight pretty recently. So I don't know that I want to work on that some more. I'm actually gonna delete this trash. You can play a bad deck and just explain it. If you don't grossly misrepresent the power of a deck, most people consuming highlights on YouTube don't want to watch a deck that you tell them isn't good. It's the reason why whenever you see a Gengar highlight posted on YouTube, they're always talking about how it's the best and got big upgrades and all that type of stuff. Being honest with people about decks being kind of mid doesn't tend to go over well in terms of video performance. That's why there's so much overhyping. All right, have some adverts. We'll see you in 2 minutes. 10 minutes till the round pops. If you're watching on the YouTube side, we're up to 700 likes on the live stream. I bet we could get to 1,000 today if we get some more button pressers. Any button pressers in the chat? Uriel, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. You're gonna try replacing Zapdos EX with Mew EX in the Pikachu deck. No, I don't think you should cut Lightning Pokemon from the Pikachu deck. You should definitely read Pikachu. At least the Magic community isn't toxic. I will say, as someone who's streamed a lot of different card games and consumed content in a lot of different card games, I think the thing I miss the most about the Magic the Gathering community, especially the content creator community, is that the Magic community is easily one of the most inclusive communities I've ever been a part of. Most card games like Snap and Pocket, like almost every content creator I watch just assumes they're playing against a man in every one of their games. It's he made this play and he did that. He played this card, he messed up, he made a good play. The Magic community in general is pretty good at being inclusive with their language and acknowledging the fact that there are women, girls, and others that play lots of games online. Alright, this is probably bad, but I was thinking about other Tauros single knockout point shells. I wanted to try Zebstrika, Tauros lightning stuff. Yeah, let's give this a go. Thought the Blastoise deck was going to be bad too, and now we're playing in a tournament, so maybe it'll surprise me. Diglett, Cramorant. Alright, Punnett, are you cooking or just baked? Tauros has overperformed for me by so much, I never expected it to be as good as it is. Me too. I was expecting Tauros to be super playable, but it ended up being significantly better than I was expecting. I'm not sure our deck is actually capable of beating a fast Diglett. We are super fighting weak. It might just be type countered here. I'm actually gonna take a mulligan here. I think Diglett Doug Trio is not a matchup I'm worth interested in playing out. I don't know what exactly they're doing, but they have our lightning bruise number for sure. Mulligan originates as a golf term initially, and it means take a do-over. I think I'm going to lead on Tauros. Since I have the leaf in hand, this can take some hits while I build up my energy on other things. If you're bad against Diglett, would you be generally bad against things like the Hitmon Marshadow deck? So, the more popular, and in my opinion, more powerful of the meta fighting deck actually doesn't have a lot of cheap fighting attackers that trigger fighting weakness, William. The Hitmonlee Farfetch deck is attacking with Farfetch to start typically, not their Marshadow. The Primate build obviously could get you, but I think the Primate build is worse overall. We are waiting for the top 64 cut of the tournament right now, Alberto. It's drawing a lot of cards. Rip, Sleepy Tauros. Build up Mew? Let's build up Mew. Alright. Crown Rare Mew. Incognito in the Lightning deck. Fitting right on in there. Yeah, I like the Charizard coin a lot. Might actually make me give up my Pokeball coin. We beat the no-show in round 6. I think this is one of the #1 things that happens a lot in the gaming and just the world in general that people seem to miss on. Someone in my Twitter mentions is saying, why would they put this PvE event in Pokemon Pocket if everybody just auto battles and no one actually wants to play it out? And what they're missing on that is just because they don't want to play it out, or even I don't want to play it out, doesn't mean that that type of mode has nobody that wants to play it out. My kiddos, for reference, absolutely love the PvE events, and they love battling and getting rewards at the end of it. I would believe that the average, like, super competitive person doesn't want to play it out, because beating the AI can be easy and not enjoyable for you. But it's always funny to me how people project that little bit, and they're like, okay, nobody wants to do this. It's like, well, you don't want to do it, but that doesn't mean nobody wants to do it. You are not everybody. We might not have time to finish this. Looks like the thing might be getting ready to pair. I think it's especially funny to say nobody wants to play the PvE events out when, like, games like Slay the Spire and Balatro are so incredibly popular. I personally just always auto-battle the PvE events. They don't spark joy for me. But I also would never go out and tell people, hey, you shouldn't have fun with this. Hopes for Core Set 2. Please give me all of the Johto Pokemon. Thank you. I'll put some energy on the Tauros so the Tauros can threaten this Mew. I think with their Hypno stalling, we're definitely not going to have enough time to finish this. Give me Darkrai EX, give me Steelix EX, give me Scissor EX. And I'm so excited at the prospect of 15 new EX Pokemon. That sounds freaking awesome. Were there 5 ones that missed the top cut? I think it was gonna be close. Wow, the top cut was exactly 5-1. That's crazy. I don't know that I care to play this game out. It's gonna take a while. My opponent's taking their time. That's crazy. I knew it was gonna be close. 64th went to 5-1 went to exactly 64th. Crazy. We are 29th. Metagame here. What are we looking at? We looked at this a little bit earlier. Mewtwo is 22%. Pikachu is about 16% when you combine the different variations that Limitless splits up. Anything spicy in the 6-0 list other than us, or the Top Cut list other than us? Ooh, the Executor Greninja Gamer made it. Awesome. I have this in my deck editor. We're gonna have to play some games with this. I love this core. It's so sweet. There were like 650 people in the tournament. There's our Blastoise, Tauros, Primeape, Doug trio. I'm listening. What an interesting variation of the fighting core. Oh, there's only one Diglett, one Doug trio. So it's just like Marshadow, Hitmonlee, and then Bolt, one of each Primeape. Cute. Bunch of splits here. Reckless Charge, Focus Fist. That's why Starmie made it. With the one EV1 Vaporeon. I featured this in the meta review this past week. This deck list had a result. Had a result over last weekend as well. Melmetal Mew made it. This deck's sweet. I can't believe you would cut a Mew EX to play a red card, especially when you're playing a Budding Expeditioner, but we had a deck highlight with this too. I think this deck's really close. I wanna play this in another tournament at some point. Feels this close to being competitive. Could be real with good play. What'd they beat? They lost to Celebi and they beat 2 Executes, 2 Pikachus, and a Mewtwo. I think the Melmetal deck's pretty real. If you haven't seen that one, there's a highlight of that up on the Pocket YouTube channel. You should definitely check it out. How did Primeape versus Duck finish? So Aerodactyl Duck finished 54% and Primeape finished 42%. That doesn't surprise me. I think the Primeape build is markedly worse than the Duck build. The next expansion will be at the end of January. I think the new Snivy is worse than the existing Snivy. I think having 70 HP is really important in the Hitmonlee Zebstrika format. 70 HP Snivy lives through two taps from a bench hitter. Which I think is a big deal. You're basically never attacking with Snivy anyways, so its attack being 1 energy versus 2 largely doesn't matter. Were there other Blastoise players? I don't think anybody else playing Blastoise Tauros. We just built this morning. Blastoise Articuno got skunked. Blastoise Starmie did okay. Had 2 people playing it. Blastoise Tauros was just me. Blastoise Drudagon not playing Tauros. Yeah, you need Tauros, chat. Tauros won us so many games. Yeah, four basics is greedy. Five basics is the floor. Ideally, you want 6 in a lot of things, I think. We are waiting for the top cut to start in the tournament software. or around. Yes, it is single elimination from here. We'll be starting in 5 minutes. Okay. All right, I guess we're taking a 5-minute break. We'll take a brief ad punch. Like, go fill my water bottle up too then. And throw the deck list up on screen. Here we. Stand up for the first round of single elim, eh? There's not a single Gen 2 Pokemon in pocket right now. Celebi's Gen 2, yeah? Technically speaking. Not a fighting deck, not a fighting deck, not a fighting deck. Pikachu matchup. We are 2-0 against Pikachu in this tournament. Let's see if Lightning can strike a third time for us, huh? Celebi being the only Gen 2 is weird for sure. I don't think it's weird at all. I think the next big expansion is Gen 2, and the mini expansion that we had is our small bridge between the first set and the second set, which is why Celebi was introduced as the first and only Gen 2 there. All right, first game of our single elimination rounds, playing against Pikachu. love to open on Druddigon. This Pokeball is 50% to find Squirtle. Ideally, we want to see not Blitzel from them. Their Zebstrika starts are the scariest. Opponent has no copies of Red Card, and they only have one copy of Giovanni, which I think is good for us. 2 Sabrinas, 2 potions. Another Druddigon here is great. It makes us more likely to find Squirtle. Can we hit our 66%er? Perfect. This is, other than them having first energy advantage, I think this is a pretty ideal opener for us. No reason to show the Tauros here, I don't think, till I'm putting an energy on it. I think in general, we want to build Tauros first in this matchup. Opponent's Pokemon splits the pretty typical 2 Zebstrika, 2 Pikachu, 2 Zapdos, 1 Dedenne. And they've got the 11 trainers. A big part of this matchup, especially when they have first energy advantage, is often decided by if they have their one Giovanni or not. If they have their one of Giovanni, it means they clear the Druddigon in a single hit, which puts us on a bit of the back foot. What's the timeline on the second set for Pokemon Pocket? End of January. Data mines say the 29th, I think. We need them to not have lightning basic X speed Giovanni, is what we're looking to fade here. And then we want to find a leaf in our next 2 draws. It's an ideal outcome. I hope the legendary dogs are sweet. If it is a Johto set, Suicune, Entei, and Raikou, however it's pronounced, are probably 3 of the EXs. Hopefully our opponent can pick up the pace a little bit. The pause here makes me think they don't have the 3 cards that are bad for us. Looks like they don't. And there's our copy of Leaf. So now from here, we put the second energy on the Tauros, and then we start building Blastoise up. A pretty good setup here, though. If at any point they switch up an EX, Leaf plus Tauros cleans them out. I'm asking my opponent if we can play a little bit faster. I don't know how unintentional draws work in the single limb format. I imagine it's not good. Oh, there's a timer going, so I assume we need to play at a reasonable pace. I understand the opponent taking their time. They're in a bad spot, but they still need to play at a reasonable cadence. Even just 1 Misty Heads here is really good. It means next turn I can Leaf and use Blastoise to clear the Dedenne. I think that single Misty Heads with the Leaf queued up is probably what we need to put the pressure on and close this game out. We're not a guaranteed win from here because this card exists. There is a world where this card flips enough heads that they could run us down. But if they don't hit an incredible string of Thundershock heads, we should be pretty good here. The opponent has one singleton copy of Giovanni in their deck. And now we're in this spot where Blastoise and Tauros are both clearing all of their stuff, and I have a knockout point. So if they put Pikachu up and deliver a hit on Blastoise, Tauros comes in and finishes it after Blastoise retreats. So they basically have to flip a bunch of heads onto Dene. Alright, skill check. What's going on, my dude? You just here? Playing in the top cut of a tournament. We're 5-1. Meet a Tails here. Yup. They got a heads, yup. It's not good. All right. What's their route? They need to paralyze us enough times that they can finish the Blastoise with a Zebstrika. So that way I can't put Tauros up and get the knockout. I suppose if I fail to draw one of my two Giovannis, the Zapdos would do as well. But so long as I draw a Giovanni, we're in a fine spot here. And I have 2 of those in 6 cards. I don't know that we were 0% there, but I'll take it, I suppose. How's your New Year's Day going, my dude? Did mom get you your goat simulator? No. Okay, maybe we'll sort it out after I'm done working today. All right, game 2. These rounds are best of 3, so we're up a game. We need to win one of the next 2. They have first energy advantage again here. Our opening is pretty ideal. We're going to need a Leaf and maybe a Misty at some point, but Druddigon, Tauros, Squirtle is exactly what we want. Did I hear Goat Simulator? He's playing it at a friend's house. Is it not child appropriate? I haven't looked into it yet. Friend's dad seemed okay with them playing it, though. We were in the other room last night. It's fine. Okay. You're lucky. Chat says you can have Goat Simulator. Everybody knows chat's the best parenting simulator, right? That's how that works. Twitch plays parenting. Yeah, exactly. It's worth noting my opponent is playing 2 copies of Sabrina. So without a second Tauros or Druddigon here, Sabrina could throw a wrench in our plans. That's a Blitzel. All right, Misty, do your thing, girl. Yep, I think that qualifies as Misty's thing, huh? Think I'm putting energy on Squirtle? That's close. Because if they switch to Zebstrika, I'm going to want to get the Blastoise going, I think. And if they don't have their one Giovanni, they take 2 turns to clear Druddigon. That gives me time to get Hydro Bazooka going to clear the Pikachu. No, Zebstrika is good for us here. Do they have 3rd bench Pokemon plus Geo? What's their combo here? 3rd bench Pokemon plus Giovanni plus a Sabrina. If we don't draw basic, could be a bad news for us. Yeah. Okay. If Misty would have hit heads, we would have been fine here, but because she didn't, we're in a bad way now. They're on 2 Sabrinas, so their odds of having Sabrina next turn are pretty high. This is a bad spot for us because the Misty missed. And they had first energy advantage. Misty would have basically taken first energy advantage for us. Would have been ideal. So what do we need? We need them to not have potion and for us to top deck a copy of Leaf. They have potion here. Yep. That means Blastoise can't clear Pikachu in 1. It's a big deal. Yeah, I think we're in trouble, gamers. Had a good setup in terms of our opening Pokemon, but them having their Geo and then Misty missing was a combination of them having enough pressure that we're not gonna have time to get Blastoise going. This is one of the reasons why setting up Tauros first can be correct. We might be losing this game because I didn't get the Tauros online, letting them run rampant with Pikachu. Yeah, I think my out to win this game is top decking the Misty, which is only 1 in 8, and then also hitting on it, so we're 1 in 16 to win here. I guess the more likely play is top decking the Sabrina, or top decking the Leaf, but if I let them get a single hit on the Druddigon, they clear it with Zebstrika. So I think I just have to hope for the Misty. I'm gonna put Blastoise up and hope for the 1 in 16, I think. I can't stall for a turn and hope for Leaf because of Zebstrika. It's the TLDR. I should have invested in Tauros, is what should have happened. "50% of the time, it works every time." Okay, their Zapdos could high roll us. They're a 2 Sabrina deck. We could still lose. We could still lose. Sabrina into average Zapdos variants gets us here. Misty's not a guarantee. It just keeps us in the game. We hit the 1 in 16. They must have X speed. Yeah, I haven't played either yet. They're through 13 cards. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Holy. Survey says... I mean, I guess playing this out is free. They only need 2 heads if they have a Sabrina, chat. They might have not had the Sabrina and wanted to buy a turn. They have 2 Sabrinas in their deck, and they are 14 cards into their deck. Right. We're sneaking by. We're sneaking by. Sneaky, sneaky. Man, that's so unlucky for them to not have their Sabrina. Holy. I don't know. I don't know that we deserved that one. But, my boy Blue and I will take it.
Did you win?
I did. I did win my match. So, single elimination, so we got more to play. All right. 30, half the matches are done. I guess we could be waiting for a little bit. Oh, you know what? Is anybody else streaming this thing? Can I broadcast someone else's rounds? Oh, hey, there's 2 different people that are still playing. Let me see if their round is still going. Maybe we'll do a rebroadcast. Alright. Person 1 is playing a Mewtwo mirror. What's person 2 playing? Oh, person 2 doesn't have a... Never mind. There's only one other person streaming it. So we're watching a Mewtwo mirror. I'm gonna watch this rather than playing another match myself. To give them a shout out, since we are borrowing them for content, they are streaming in a non-English language. You can find the stream here that we are about to watch. Let me grab and see if I can see what game they are in. Should be able to see that. Pairings. Hitsu. This is game 3 of this round. Let's parse. What do we got going on? We've got a Mewtwo with a Gardevoir on each side, but notably we've got a knockout point on Hitsu's side. That should be pretty good for them, yeah? Yeah, they're single elimination from here, so if we lose, we're out. We're top 32 though. We're 6 and 1 overall. Is there an avenue of victory for Iron Rhythm on the top here? So they can... I suppose the fact that the backup Mewtwo here isn't charged, but we have Mew EX, right? So from here, we put a Psychic Energy... I guess we don't even have to charge the Mew EX in advance, right? We take the second knockout point on the Jinx, and it doesn't really matter where their back energy goes here. I don't think it matters, because they can on-demand get their Mewtwo to 4. So we take a hit for 50 on the Jinx and clear it, taking our second knockout point. If the opponent puts up Mewtwo, you win with your Mew on the backswing. And if they put up their Gardevoir, the Gardevoir can't knock out Mewtwo by only dealing 60 or 70, and then you side drive and clear them. So, looks like we're coming into the end of a W here for a bottom player. Commander Big, thank you for the Prime support. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think they missed using Gardevoir's ability, but it also doesn't really matter. The opponent could have a copy of Blue. Blue would let Iron Rhythm survive here. I think Mewtwo deck should probably be playing 1 to 2 copies of Blue for the mirror match and for copies of Sabrina, or copies of Mew EX. And this doesn't matter. Again, the opponent has no knockout points here, so we're locked up if there's no copy of Blue. The opponent has the Iron Rhythm has 2 Geos and 1 Blue. Okay. And then choose their own adventure book here for Hitsu. They can put up either Mew or Mewtwo and take their knockout here, winning this round. Hey, thanks, Chocolate Rain. Speaking of doing commentary with Spraggles, he's going to be my second for our first Soglandia tournament. I think at the beginning of February. After the second set releases, we're going to run an event. Still trying to figure out all the details and cross some T's and dot some I's to lock up sponsor money and pricing, but we're definitely going to be running something, I think February 1st. Hoping to shore up some of those details this week. No, it'll be open entry, Hokuto. And we're gonna broadcast to with Spraggles and I. Alright, so they are 6-1 as well into the top 32. We have 17 minutes left. Hopefully it's not going to take 17 minutes. It's only 4 games. I'm going to go ahead and take a brief pause for the cause and let the adverts roll. We'll throw the Blastoise deck up that we've been playing. We are 6-1 with this bad Mamma Jamma brew today. If you're someone that's new and you enjoy seeing off-meta decks played in competitive settings like lots of tournaments, this is definitely one of the best places on Twitch for that. We'll see you in 120 seconds, Twitch gamers and YouTubers. You could have an ad as well. Consider tapping the like button on the stream. We're up to almost 1,000 likes. I think we could cross that today if we win a couple more rounds and people keep hanging out. We're gonna run it on Saturday, KW, yeah. My family obligations don't give me a lot of flexibility, unfortunately. So we'll overlap Ursi's thing, but it just is what it is. It's the best day to run a tournament. All right, my dude, I might kick you out of my chair. Did you need something, or are you just vibing? You don't know what? Because I want to sit down. If you want to hang out, I can give you the other chair. You want me to clear that one off? What? Yeah, you can sit on the bike. Oh. We'll probably be starting before Ursi's tournament, because I want to start it early enough that it's not an awkward playtime for EU people. I think my goal is to start it at like 10 a.m. Central, because that's 8 a.m. Pacific. So it lets everybody in the US join pretty reasonably, with the left coast having to wake up a touch early. And also makes it so people in the EU have a chance. Most of my personal audience is US and EU, so if I run something, I want to make it at a point where most of the people that watch and support me can play. I might mimic the structure of today's tournament. I really like the idea of having less rounds of Swiss with a bigger top cut. The event today having 6 rounds of Swiss with a top 64 cut is kind of slick. I might do something close to that. So I really don't want to run like 10 or 11 rounds of Swiss if we have a big tournament. I'm trying to figure out exactly what's going on with sponsors, Rhino. Under a perfect world, we have a mix of like store credit and product to give away, and then some amount of cash as well. When we ran Magic tournaments under the Hoaglandia banner, we usually had like $1,000-ish in prize support, but I need to see who I can work with because I haven't worked with a physical card store sponsor in a little while. One of the things we like to do too, especially because this week, or the week we run the tournament, is going to be the first week after the next set launches. I want to make sure that we do like, we'll have an extra prize for like deepest run with an off meta or new deck, stuff like that. We usually give out prizes for like caster's choice, where like me and each of the broadcasters would pick a deck that went like 3-2 or better, or 4-2 and better, that like normally wouldn't get prizes but was sweet, so we give out some extras. Try and make the events more community focused and encourage people to try things rather than just being like pure cutthroat competition. For people who are newer to my channel, I've been streaming for a decade, did Magic for a long time of that, and towards like the last like year and a half to 2 years I did Magic content. We ran a monthly tournament series here. Always had different things like that going on. I don't know if we'll do every month with Pocket, but I think like maybe trying to set it up so we did a tournament like the weekend right after a new card drop release could be fun. So that way there's always fresh with some churn in the format. Red card is one of the best cards in Pocket. That's definitely a take you're allowed to give. I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that only 2 out of the top 32 decks in the biggest tournament last week played red card, and that 30 of them did not. I think red card's always been pretty bad, and as we get more and more good utility trainer cards you can play in your deck, we'll continue to see less and less of it. I think red card is a card that feels really bad to get got by, and people have a huge negativity bias where they remember the times that they got by it, and they ignore all the times where it did nothing or it helped them. And card is very, very likely to do nothing or help your opponent. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is one of the card games I never got into. I played paper Pokemon for a long while, and I played Magic for forever. And I played most digital card games, but I've done like very limited like sponsored segments for Yu-Gi-Oh's digital client, but that's about it. All right, all 32 matches are finished. Let's see if they're gonna pair the next one ASAP or if they're gonna make us wait. Hopefully they pair it, and then just people that aren't here get a little bit of an extension. So ideally, we let this clip along. Just supposed to be working out with my buddy in 3.5 hours. I'd like to see the wife before then, ideally. If you're not familiar with red card and the math and stuff where I've talked about it, I have a video here where I run through some really common situations that people use to say red card is good. And I show some example numbers of like how mediocre it is, even in these spots where people say it's really good. You want some off the cuff? This is how bad it is here with specifics. The tournament already happened. We are currently 6-1 in the tournament, waiting for the top 32 matches to start. This is the Blastoise deck that we are playing. If you missed the earlier rounds, we've had some really awesome ones. They will be up on the YouTube channel later. Tomorrow. Did the tier list post today, so we won't do a second video today, but tomorrow's video will be the best matches with the Blastoise run for sure. We actually haven't played into Gyarados at all. I wouldn't be surprised if that matchup's kind of tough, but I don't know. Let me see see if they posted an announcement here. Oh, someone, the tournament organizer is typing. Sweet, they paired it. Alright. Mewtwo. Coolio. Oh, you know what? I haven't restarted my clients at all today. I want to do that real quick. I don't think it's been leaking memory lately, but... Stock Mewtwo list here. 1 Mew EX as a 5th basic. 1 Sabrina, 1 Giovanni, 1 Blue. 2 copies of Leaf. No X speeds is noteworthy. No red card is noteworthy. No potion is noteworthy. I really wish there were a few events with some sort of buy-in. There have been a couple of people running like $2 and $3 entry events, Div, but they don't really have a ton of people sign up for them. I think they typically have somewhere between like 20 and 30 people. Torched Entity, thank you for the Prime. I don't know. I'm not playing Pokemon Pocket for an online gambling experience, so I don't know that I really am interested in having entry fee type things. Hey, Torch Entity, thank you for the brand new Prime support. There's a ton of great people you can send that to on Twitch every month. Thanks for sending it this way. Those Prime subs are a big part of why this is able to be my job. You're liking the list? Me too. I was thinking about ways I could play Blastoise last night, and I was like, let's try this. And then we played some games with it this morning, and I was like, all right, giddy up, cowboy. Is anyone doing a format best of 3 where you have 3 decks, the loser gets to swap? I don't think so, but I also don't look for those. I definitely prefer single deck myself. Entry fee tournaments would feel like ranked, but I disagree with that. A lot of the problem with ranked is the fact that you can endlessly grind it. Thoughts on Articuno EX over Drudagon? I think Drudagon's 20 damage helps you with a lot of breakpoints. Drudagon dealing 20 means that Blastoise with the Giovanni can deal 110 to clear a Celebi or a Zapdos EX, which is pretty important. Also, giving up 2 knockout points on your lead Pokemon is not great. Hey, Bilbo. Thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate that support. Think Sabrina will be a staple card even in the future? Yeah, I think at least 1 copy of Sabrina is going to have a lot of value for the foreseeable future. It's a great utility card. The tournament is currently in top 32. We're waiting for our opponent to get here. They have a little bit of time. The round ended a little bit early because people finished up. They have just checked in. Perfect. Woolly Thorcat, thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back. I think you should spend pack points on Giovanni and Drudagon. They're both very good cards and they're important for this deck. Alright, as always, I'm going to be paying a little bit less attention to chat during the round. I want to try and stay focused up here. You should close the door, dude, if you're going to hang out. What's the heat out otherwise? Slate Punch Groin, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. We are going first. The opponent has... since we're going first, there's no reason to play the Squirtle out. Again, Pokeball and research first. So ideally here, we want to find a War Turtle, obviously, and then we want 1 extra 100 hit point Pokemon to set up, so that way, we have something to Sabrina up into. I guess another Squirtle can technically be Sabrina up into as well. That'll do, Pig. That'll do. And then this last slot, I guess there's a world where it could be this other Squirtle, but we'll leave it flexible for Tauros EX for now, for sure. I'd be pretty surprised if Pokemon Pocket Tournaments ever experimented with side decks. That's more of a Magic the Gathering thing. Paper Pokemon doesn't really do that. I wouldn't be surprised to see them Psy-Shot us one time here, just because it lets Genome Hacking finish this off. So I assume they'll hit us once, do nothing, put energy on here. But it's worth noting if this gets hit twice, if this gets hit twice, the Blastoise can clear it. Do I want to build Tauros here? I put first energy, they put second energy, I put second energy. If they hit Gardevoir on curve, I kind of regret not building Blastoise, but I also might not have a Blastoise to build is the thing. There's no guarantee we find War Turtle in the next couple of cards. I think I like getting 2 energy on Tauros here. So now we can threaten the Tauros at any point if they clear our active. But we'll start building up the Squirtle towards the Blastoise in the meantime, in between time. Are you worried about people stream sniping you during the tournament? First place prize for this tournament is 40 USD. If someone needs to stream snipe to beat me to win that, they probably need the money a whole heck of a lot more than I do, and they can have it. So I think it's smart on them to take a pause for the cause here, because basically when the Mew goes down, they want to have this Mewtwo set up to be able to clear us from the back. The Gardevoir on curve is really scary if I can't find my War Turtle. Next turn is going to kind of be the make or break point on if I can find the War Turtle to get this Blastoise going. With third energy here, I clear this. They put Mewtwo up. They clear this. I put Tauros out. I put a second energy on it. I think I leaf the Druddigon out here. I think I want to make it so if they want to take a knockout on this next turn, they have to have their Giovanni or use their Mewtwo side drive. Because if they put Mewtwo up and side drive this, they take 20, and then Giovanni with Tauros clears the Mewtwo on the back crack, and they're in a real bad spot. Alright, they can't Giovanni me now, meaning if they want to clear my Druddigon, they're going to have to put the Mewtwo up. And then we're a little better than 1 in 4 to clear the Mewtwo, so... Oh, I need a War Turtle, please. I need a War Turtle, please. 1 War Turtle, 2 War Turtles, 1 Professor's Research, 7 cards. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Blastoise, importantly here, survives a hit from Mewtwo's side drive. Is the relevant thing to be aware of. So, Ralt's taking this knockout doesn't really matter because, I'm gonna put Blastoise up and take a first point, and then we're gonna knock out an EX as their next knockout, almost assuredly. So it's not a guarantee. I put up Tauros, I put an energy on it. I think it's just this. Does this not work? Maybe this doesn't work. Are we supposed to Tauros here? Maybe we're supposed to Tauros here. I have one Leaf and one Misty in my deck. I guess I'm gonna need to draw a Leaf here, huh? I need to hit heads on a Misty, or I need to draw a Leaf so I can retreat the Blastoise without losing all the energy on it. So we have 2 good draws out of 5 cards here. That's how you win a tournament, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. All right, slow and steady. We're not done yet. Up a game. Best of 3. The coin hung for the suspense. It sure did. It sure did. Alright, I would like a Drudagon and a Squirtle, huh? Says 50% to be Squirtle. Nice. Well, I guess I'll put my first energy on the Tauros. He said. I mean, I still need 2 more pieces here. I still only have 1 card of a 3-card combo.
Good golly.
Blue is so good, chat. Man, blue is so good. Think I gotta research and give up the knockout here. They have no potions though. So if they want to take this knockout with Mew, the Squirtle with 1 energy gets to clear the Mew next turn. If they find Mewtwo, they can retreat to Mewtwo. I refer to Blastoise as my boy Blue, never just Blue. Just so we're clear. Turtle! Anything else to Misty? Gardevoir gets to clear the Squirtle this turn. And give them their second knockout point. 2 War Turtles, 7 cards, and a Dream. I have second Drudagon to beat Sabrina here. So we have a little bit of time. There he is. The gamer, the myth, the legend, the Blastoise. Great. Just need no dexterity errors. I could have put the energy on the active Drudagon, but we have Leaf. It doesn't matter. On to top 16 gamers. That's exciting. That's exciting. Again, I really want to just set the stand/reminder that you need to be respectful to my opponents. Stuff like GG easy and stuff like that's pretty rude. Sometimes people make mistakes. Sometimes I get lucky. There's no need to be rude or hostile about it. Let's take a look and see if the Mewtwo player is still playing or not. There are 8 matches still going on from the top 32. Get them at the start of a game. They are down a game, it looks like. So this is game 2. And the player we are spectating lost game 1. They're playing against the Greninja deck. We really want the for the greedy sake of our deck doing well, we really want the Mewtwo player to win. I would much rather play against Mewtwo than play against Greninja. It also lets us have more spectator coverage, but much rather play this matchup than the Frog deck. No opening Krylia here is not great for the opponent, or not great for our hero. Their opponent having Mew to start is also not great for them. Professor's Research here is our best non-Ralts draw. Sorry, Krylia is the stage 1. So we're looking for that Krylia to get our energy acceleration going. Ooh, bottoming the research feels rough. We have the Giovanni in the opener here is a big deal though. Is it though? So the Mew player having first energy advantage here means you can't knock out the duck and without risking your Mewtwo. We're probably going to see our bottom player leaf this Mewtwo out and put Mew up to try and maneuver around the copy of Mew a little bit. It's also tough though to give the Greninja player infinite time. Oh, it's the Greninja fighting deck. I think this build is sweet. I covered the Greninja fighting deck in my highlight video, or my tier list video today. I think it's a really solid, like, B+ tier deck. Our Mewtwo player is in a really bad spot here. Without Gardevoir, they're super far behind into this active Mew on the other side. I think we have to burn Leaf and switch to Mew, but we're also not happy to be doing this, giving the opponent time to set up. And once we switch to Mew, the Farfetch is going to get to start quacking. I think if I was here, I would expect Hitsu to retreat and then put a Psychic Energy on the Mew and crack for 20 here. It's also very possible that their opponent has at least one copy of Sabrina, I would wager. And if they have X-Speed Sabrina, we can't play around it because we don't have a non-Mewtwo bench Pokemon. The kind of waiting for that moment of truth, like X-Speed Sabrina, and the game is mostly done on the spot, I think. We'll maneuver for a little bit on the Mewtwo side, but those are the two cards you're looking to dodge here, the X-Speed into the Sabrina. The energy going on the Marshadow here is exactly what you want to see on the Mewtwo side, and this Pokeball is guaranteed to be Ralts. This is the sequence of plays that our Mewtwo player needs to get into this game and play a real match. Their long-term goal here is to set up 2 different Mewtwo's so they can clear one thing and then put up and clear the next. I'll be curious to see. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Farfetch'd get an energy this turn, because cracking the Mew for 40 means that the Marshadow in the back can set up to clear it out next turn, which will leave our Mewtwo player in a bad spot because they can't afford to have a Mewtwo go down without losing the game. Yeah, here's the energy on the duck. We saw the fighting energy go on the Marshadow the previous turn because the next energy was water. Oh, you know what? This is really interesting. If this is the same person I played against earlier, they cut the water energy from their deck against my deck to maximize their chance of having Hitmonlee online early. That's really clever. In this open decklist tournament format, you don't lock in which energy you're playing in advance. So they have the flexibility to switch the water energy on or off depending on if Greninja attacking is more valuable than Hitmonlee getting online consistently early. That's a really interesting dynamic. Very, very smart on their part to toggle it off when the Hitmonlee is important, like against my Drudagon deck. Yeah, very, very clever. What does the Sabrina accomplish for us? The Sabrina lets us keep attacking with the Mew without triggering the Marshadow. So we just get to keep putting damage on the board and buying time. We don't want to give up the knockout point on the Mew if we can avoid it. Oh, interesting. We're building I like this a lot. So putting the energy on the Krillia here means that if we top deck Gardevoir, we can retreat the Mew and put up the Gardevoir and get a clear, and the Gardevoir notably has 110 life, so it doesn't die to Marshadow unless the opponent finds Giovanni or Greninja. Our Mewtwo player playing very well here. Easy to see why they are 6-1 in this tournament. Here's an X speed, so they don't burn an energy here. I assume Farfetch'd is coming back up. Yep. Is there a Frogadier here from Sop is the big question. Because if there's a Frogadier, your Gardevoir draw is less good because Gardevoir dies to Greninja plus Marshadow. However, if there's no Frogadier, the Gardevoir top deck would be massive for our Psychic player. Big draw step. Okay, that means we can't use the Expeditioner to pull the Mew out, but we have the energy. There she is. Okay, you see that little nod there? This is what our Psychic player was playing for here. So I assume we're gonna see a retreat Mew, put energy on Gardevoir. This is the breathing room our player needed. And then the next turn, they're gonna get to pull the Gardevoir out after it lives and get the Mewtwo online. Every turn a Frogadier misses is an extra lease on life for our Mewtwo player. There's one copy of Giovanni in the deck. That's true. Giovanni is scary. Giovanni would give the first... Interesting. Oh, God, I'd have lost this game. I have not played enough Mewtwo. I'd be right in the trash can. I'm surprised their brain fits inside their webcam space here. So what we're doing here is we want to set up so they want to get to a spot where 2 Mewtwo's are active here, essentially. They want to take a knockout with the first Mewtwo, so that way when the Mew comes in to knock out the first Mewtwo, the second Mewtwo can come up and clear the Mew and win the game on the spot. So I assume this is attach energy. We're retreating here. Interesting. Are we putting the Mew up and then budding Expeditionering it out and then getting back to the Gardevoir? I think that's where this is going. And they're just debating on where they want to use the Pokemon ability. I'm curious to see how we navigate here. I don't know that there's a clear-cut line to play around all the moving parts. They ideally want this Gardevoir to stay relatively healthy so they don't lose it to Greninja evolving up here. I don't think we can clear with the Gardevoir. You definitely cannot clear with the Gardevoir here. The line is leaving it in play or retreating. I think you end with the Gardevoir active either way. The big question is, are you like pulling the Mew back in the middle? I assume this energy is going on the left side Mewtwo, because the long term how we win this game is we need to wait, did they time out? What happened? Did they time out? I missed it. Did they run out of time? I think they won this game. The timer. Oh no! That sucks. I think they win it every time if they don't run out of time. I think they found the line. They had an energy plus a Gardevoir activation. They put 2 energies on here. They clear the duck, and then this one is ready to clear the Mew. They got by the retreating animations. They also took a long time, but they got by the animations for sure. Okay, so we put the Mew up here and budding Expeditioner it out, so we have a backline. No, this is wrong. Oh no, they missed the line. They're gonna lose to Sabrina. They're gonna lose. I wonder if they're tilted from, or if they just didn't think about it. We needed to put the Mew up and budding Expeditioner it out so that way they don't lose to Sabrina Marshadow. I think that's what the opponent set up here, and we could have played around it on the Mewtwo player side. We needed to put the Budding Expeditioner up, or the Mew up, Budding Expeditioner back, play it out to the bench. We're just flailing at this point. I don't think we have a we don't have a route to victory anymore. We unfortunately they played the start of this game really well. Unfortunately, yeah, tough. I've been there. It's really easy. Not to be rude, but let me say something incredibly rude. You're now banned on my channel. I even pointedly gave the statement, don't say rude things about people when I'm playing or people I'm watching. If you feel the need to say, I'm not trying to be rude, but you almost assuredly understand you're being rude. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think Hitsu here navigated the start of this game really well, and they just ran out of time. If they don't run out of time, they missed the Budding Expeditioner line, but it's easy to be a little bit frustrated to miss things like that when you hit the rope timer. Yeah. I think they could have won that game still if they would have seen the Budding Expeditioner line, but them's the beats sometimes. I think it's really easy for every armchair idiot at home to talk about how these plays are easy when you've literally never been successful in a card game tournament in your lives. I think until you've played games and been in the spot where that player is in, you are completely out of your element and don't know what you're talking about when you are referring to these are easy and obvious things. And I think you should consider developing an ounce of empathy rather than being hostile and putting down the player who made a deep run in this tournament because they're a good player. And if you're thinking, but Jeff, you're being kind of hostile and rude to your chat, yeah, I'm giving them back the energy that they're putting out into the world. Don't give the crap if you can't take it. Yeah, I mean, I've been playing in this tournament for what, like almost 6 hours? It's much easier to do it on the outside, especially when you have me sitting here talking through the lines. You're like, oh, that's obvious. Jeff just explained what they're supposed to do. Yeah. That's tearing my brain. I'm not even playing it. So, and this is something I haven't talked about, but we've obviously won a few games throughout the course of this tournament with, we've won a few games throughout the course of this tournament with Misty giving good variance to us. And it's hard for me to overstate how valuable having a full brain break is and getting a free game with Misty. Like, obviously winning the game is good, but simply not having to exert the mental tax for an entire game that you're winning is such a really useful mental reset in these longer tournaments. Is your deck build standard? Yeah, from a structure standpoint, three Pokemon lines is pretty typical. If you want to take a look at you're just getting started in Pokemon Pocket, check out this tier list. I run through a lot of the common decks and give examples of how they're built and give my opinions on them. So we are now 7-1 in this tournament. Waiting for the top cut next round to start. I'm going to go ahead and run a Twitch ad so that doesn't happen during the gameplay. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We've got some top 16 matches coming up. Yeah, there's a small cash prize for this tournament. I think it's like $40 to first. Yeah, definitely, Dave.
We got this. I was gonna try and play well and not make silly mistakes is my goal.
Rid of the...
This game is deceptively complex. It's really cool. So, this game, I actually wouldn't say this game is complex. The surface rules are very easy, but this game has a lot of depth. And gamers often confuse complexity and depth. Depth refers to how many decision trees and different things can play out over the course of the games, whereas complexity is how difficult it is to pick something up from the start. So in addition to my Blastoise Tauros deck here at 7-1, our Greninja Executor Gamer is still trucking along. Nice. I think this deck is great. I called this one out at the start of the season as one that I wanted to play some more of. I'm gonna have to record some games and get a highlight with this sometime soon. This build is solid. We've played it in the past on the channel. New Execute's a great pickup. Bunch of Mewtwo, some Pikachu. I would really like to play against Mewtwo or Pikachu next round. I think would be my preferred. Celebi wouldn't be too bad either. I would prefer to dodge the Greninja decks. I think Greninja's probably a harder matchup for us, regardless of what they're pairing with it. You think you will do a tourney stream once a week or 2 weeks? I've been enjoying watching the game. It's really just gonna depend on what my schedule looks like, Smoothbang. So like on a normal stream day, if like my kids have extracurriculars or something, I can't stream till like 5 or 6 o'clock like this. Or running late because we're having the deep run in the tournament. So as tournaments pop up during the week that fit my schedule, I plan to play things on stream because I think it's fun. So this tournament was 6 rounds of Swiss and then a top 64 cut that's single elimination. So we went 5-1 in the Swiss rounds, and now we're 2-0 in the elimination rounds for a total record of 7-1. We are the only remaining Blastoise deck. For people that are new here, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. If you're not familiar with me, my name is Jeff Hoagland. I've been streaming here on Twitch for an eternity, over a decade. I've been a Twitch partner for over 8 years, and I've been fortunate enough to do this as my job for a little over 7 years now. Before Pokemon Pocket, I played a lot of Magic the Gathering, Marvel Snap, Runeterra, other turn-based and strategy games. I've always tried to make a little bit of a name for myself by working outside the box and brewing decks and playing them in a competitive setting that are off the beaten path, like their Blastoise deck today. If you enjoy competitive deck brewing, this is one of the best places for that. I also have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics, spent time teaching at both the high school and college level, so you'll find a lot of my content, especially the guides like the tier list and the meta roundups on the YouTube side, tend to be a little bit more analytically focused. I really wasn't expecting Pocket to be such a great competitive outlet, but it's rekindled my love for this type of thing for sure. I used to travel to play in competitive tournament Magic constantly. It's sweet to get to do it from my house now with this. Mr. Something, 2.5 years is certainly something. Thank you for the 30 months. Welcome back. Are there any useful breakpoints to hit with Geo apart from Celebi and Mew being attacked by Tauros? So Blastoise's 100-point attack plus Giovanni plus Durdagon. Durdagon's Pokemon ability also hits 130. No fire energy in our deck. Durdagon is not attacking. The Melmetal deck hit top 64. The Melmetal deck did hit top 64. If you haven't seen... where is that? Oh, did it? Someone stated it like it did. Did it not, though? Well, I guess 64 goes down a little bit. There's another Blastoise deck top 64. Yeah, Melmetal. If you didn't see this deck in action, I posted a deck highlight with this deck last week with some tournament rounds I played with it. I think this deck's really, really decent against Pikachu, Celebi, and Mewtwo, but it struggles a little bit against Gyarados. But I think that's a pretty reasonable matchup table. This core is really solid. Don't play red card. Red card's bait. Rest of it's pretty good. How many red cards are there at the end here? Let's look at the top 16 gamers. Nope. 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 One, just the Celebi.
Just the Celebi gamer has. Who I'm not terribly surprised that the person who enjoys flipping coins for their deck choice is playing red card. Red card is just another coin flip. Lethal Weapon, thank you for the 7 months. Why only have variance in your Pokemon attacking when you can also have variance in what's in your opponent's hand? Red cards, the best kind of coin flip. Flip the game to flip a coin to see if it does anything, and then flip to see if it loses you the game instead of winning. That's true. Why don't they put ranked in yet? Because ranked is a meaningless grind that just puts players on a hamster wheel and causes attrition and burnout. Ranked systems do not measure skill. They exist purely to make people play more. They are terrible systems that I hope never come to Pokemon Pocket. This tournament's wrapping up tonight. Top 16 match is starting here soon. We theoretically have 4 rounds, I suppose. We have top 16, top 8, top 4, semis. 16, 8, 4, 2, 5 rounds? Oh, God. That's so many more matches. Is it 5? No, it's 4. There's 16 of us. Top 4 is semis. Yeah. Okay, 4 more rounds. 4 more rounds. It's 4 more. Good. Yeah, I said top 4 and then semis. You're right. Those are the same. Yeah, it's single elim from here, Stark. Is there another streamer? Their link didn't work. Are they the last one playing? I didn't look at the Twitch category. Are they streaming? The link didn't work from the what's it called? It says there's 1 match left. I looked and couldn't see them. Yeah, it shows another person listed under streams, but when I click it, it says it doesn't exist. It's weird because this is automated to say that they're live.
IMO against triple evolution decks. Red card is good. You have to be smart. It's not that all the statistics say red card is bad, Jeff. It's that only dumb little babies play red card and they play it wrong. When you have a big giant brain like me, an intellectual playing red card is great. What do you mean, Jeff? I can't know when my red card was good or red card was bad. Jeff, I feel like it's good when I play it. And if it makes me feel good, it must be good. Take all your pesky statistics and the fact that red card isn't having success in tournaments anymore and ignore it, Jeff. I feel like it's good against stage 2 Pokemon.
My dear video gamers, if you have fun playing red card and it brings you joy to play the card red card, more power to you. You should play games for fun, and if red card is letting you find your joy, don't let me subtract from your joy. However, red card is very bad. It's statistically mediocre. And as we have more tournament results, I think we're going to see more and more that people are playing it less as we get more utility cards. The 2,000 player tournament last weekend had only 2 red cards in its top 32. Today's tournament has 1 red card in our top 16. So your opinion on Pokedex? Pokedex isn't a competitive playable card. Between that and the ASMR voice, I'm curious how much vocal range Jeff has. A lot is the answer. I just got a notice that the judges are working on the final matchup, but there's a delay that's justified. Apologies for the downtime. This stream's been running long, so I don't want to, like, mental tax and, like, play more in between rounds if I don't have to. We'll throw the deck list back up here. We're just gonna vibe until the next round pairs. I know it's not super exciting, but I think my best chance to win the tournament, or at least play remotely well, means I need to take a little bit of a break in between. Pokedex makes me feel good. If Pokedex makes you feel good, you should enjoy playing it. Find your fun. Oh, is there a stream still playing? Oh, you found it. The link was, oh, this is it. Their match is done. They're one of the Pikachu players. Got it. Okay, so they're not the last match that's still going, but they're still playing if we want something to watch and we finish early, potentially. Cool. Thank you for the link. I honestly don't think I would make any changes here. I think, like any deck, there were a couple of spots where, like, slightly different cards would have won us games, but I think for the sake of consistency, I'm pretty happy with what we have going on. I think the only thing I would maybe consider after playing a lot of games today was switching one Giovanni with one Sabrina, but Giovanni is just really good in Tauros decks, and it also impressed me with Blastoise. I think I would run back the same 20. But if you wanted to experiment with anything, that would be the experiment, but I wouldn't. There are definitely spots where having one Sabrina would have won me the game, but Giovanni's won me a lot of games. For people who aren't super familiar with the format, Tauros EX dealing 120 damage makes Giovanni important because it lets you clear Mew EX, Celebi EX, and Zapdos EX in one attack. Giovanni also pairs well with Drudagon's Rough Skin and Blastoise's Deal 100 to clear those same 130 hit point Pokemon. They'll, like, Celebi or Drudagon, you'll put Blastoise up, you'll Giovanni it, you'll crack them for 110. Yeah, it technically helps with Starmie too, but Starmie's not very popular. But you're right, that's another one that gets covered in that too. Arcanine EX is another one where Giovanni's important because it does 130 HP after it uses Takedown. Yeah, no fire energy here. You need 4 water energy on Blastoise in order to deal 160. I think red card is for card advantage. So while red card can generate card advantage, meaning you can spend a red card to put your opponent down cards overall, Pokemon Pocket is not a card that's good against that. Pokemon Pocket is not a card game where card advantage matters. Pokemon Pocket is a game where having the right cards is more important than having more cards. And if your opponent has 5, 6, or even 7 cards in their hand, the reason why their hand is that big is because they're bricked and can't play any of them. So red carding someone who has a massive hand often resets them. In fact, in this tournament run today, I had the one red card we've played against red card my 6 card hand. Red card my 6 card hand. and put me down to 3, and the 3 cards I got gave me my Blastoise line, and it was great. We won the game.
Minor speaking error. Your entire statement is invalidated. I'm a netbeard sweaty nerd who could infer your meaning and understood what you meant, but I'm going to actually you while you speak.
Thankfully, you'll never actually me again. Freaking gamers. All right, can we dodge a Greninja? Please dodge Greninja. Please dodge Greninja. Please dodge Greninja. Ooh, we got a Celebi gamer. That was a YouTube ban, Niv, yeah. We played against Celebi before the tournament, but not in the rounds. We'll see how this plays out. It's another matchup where Tauros and Giovanni is important. I understand your point on ranked, but think that the events and ranked are a good system to help free-to-play players. If you simply want more free stuff while you play Pokemon Pocket, you don't need ranked to get more free stuff. There are tons of different ways they can put rewards in the game without adding a ranked system. I think the idea that they should add ranks so you can have more free rewards is very silly. The PvP events we already have are a very clear example of how they're giving people some amount of free packs and stuff just for playing games without adding ranked. This actually isn't the Celebi player with red card. I think they must have been one of the games from the match that hadn't finished yet. But this Celebi player has 1 X speed, 1 leaf, 1 Erica, 2 Pokeball, 2 research. They're notably playing a split on the Snivies, and they have 6 basics overall with Executor, Snivy, and Celebi. Every time I'm hit with red card, it's brutal, even if I know it's bad. That's what we call negativity bias. As human beings, we have an evolutionary reflex that makes us remember more vividly things that are bad that happen to us rather than things that are neutral or positive. So the times where red card was really good against you and it hurt, those stand out in your mind. And all of the times where red card's been played where it was neutral or positive for you, they're easier to forget. And that's a big part of why people play red card, is because they remember when it hurts and they forget the times where it doesn't, so they think it's better than it actually is. Huge statistical bias in favor of playing red card based on how humans have evolved and how our brains process things on average. Do you think Machamp X or Aerodactyl is competitive in tournaments? Not really, unfortunately. I think ranked would make you qualify for future tournaments. I think qualifying for... I told my opponent to let me know when searching, and then they said nothing, and then they said hello, so they must have been searching without telling me. I was waiting for them to say they're searching. They never did. All right. Hopefully they'll click the button. When the round starts, as always, we paying a little bit less attention. Is that my wife in chat? I thought I saw Christy's name, but now it scrolled by. Oh. I was told that was my wife. Okay, opponent said let's go. Christy, you can buy him Goat Simulator. That's the game they were playing at, what's it called? Josh's last night. All right, behave, chat. Otherwise, the mods will bonk you. 1 Leaf, 1 X Speed, 1 Erica are the utility cards here. No Sabrina, no red card. They have 1 of the new Executor, which is actually pretty scary against my Blastoise. New Executor one-shots my Blastoise with 5 energy. Them having first energy advantage is not stellar for us. Neither is leading on Squirtle. I think our opponent's best possible starts lead Execute against us. I'm gonna Misty on 1, because if I hit with this and we find War Turtle, we can clear the Execute before they evolve it. Would be big game. Unlucky. I think with the way this is played out, we're just hoping they don't have the Executor or that they miss the flip on it next turn. That we get enough time to charge up the Tauros. Very, very far from an ideal start for us here, though. Okay. Good golly. Our deck's actually really bad against the new copy of Executor. It'll get to bonk this, and then I guess Drudagon survives a hit from it. One of this Executor. Big regrets putting an energy on here, because it lets them Psychic it in 1. Alright, so this buys 2 turns, this buys 1 turn, so that gives me 3 energy on here. We're ready to hit our evolutions to have a shot. No copies of Sabrina for the opponent. This heads means that if I find War Turtle into Blastoise, I'll have 5 energy the turn we put this up as Blastoise. I have to find War Turtle next turn. Our 5 remaining cards are 2 Blastoise, 2 War Turtle. They don't have any copies of Sabrina. So 2 War Turtle, a Blastoise, and... what's our last card? Another Drudagon? Oh wow, this is really heads up, because the Executor with Psychic clears Blastoise with 5 energy in 1. So I can't put up 5 energy Blastoise. Okay, so what's the line here now? The line is they somehow don't have their Erica, and Drudagon gets going here. In to put enough damage on this is the plan. Oh wait. Okay, so I have 2 War Turtles in my deck. If I draw War Turtle next turn, I can War Turtle here and then leaf this out into Tauros and clear this if they don't have if they don't have their Erica. They're only 11 cards into their deck. They might not have their one Erica. If they don't have Erica, I think we're actually in an okay spot. My God. What an absolute variance shoot show. That's so frustrating. That's so frustrating. Oh, the Tauros would have died to the other Executor anyways. Yeah, that's true. Man. Alright, GG opponent. On to game 2. New Execute. Uniquely good against Blastoise. One of the only non-Charizard cards in the game that can clear it in one. That game was really close considering how bad our start was and how buried our War Turtle was. We have opponent had first energy advantage last game too, which we now have. We need a Tauros or a Squirtle in our first draw. So 2 Pokeballs, 2 Tauros, 2 Squirtle, 2 Research. So 8 out of 15 cards are live draws here. Them not having any copies of Sabrina gives us a lot of freedom with how we set up our bench and think through these turns, which is nice. I'm playing against that card all day. All right. Sometimes that's just how it be. 8 live cards in 14 draws. They have one of their 2 switches, and they have the Executor EX on curve. Alright, we're running pretty bad. Can they hit tails? Alright. 2 War Turtle after last game is a little bit of salt in the wound for sure. If this finds Squirtle and this low rolls, I think we need a low roll here still. But if I can get another turn for this Tauros, it would be a really big deal. And the question is, do they have their one Erica as well? It's a shame we're one. If they could have even gotten heads here if we just had Tauros 1 turn sooner, but we need a tails now. I think if I draw Squirtle, I invest in the Squirtle. It's close though. I guess if they don't have their Erica, I get to tag this. Do I just count on Misty at this point? I think I just count on Misty. Could just do this. And then maybe they hit tails on all their coins. And if they hit tails a bunch, the Tauros could solo them. Or if our Misty goes crazy. Our Misty could also go crazy. That's 2 Misties in a row. All right. Insert, so you're saying there's a chance beam here. All right, I have the Giovanni. So if this Celebi gets up and it doesn't clear the Tauros, we win the game on the spot. Alternatively, we could flip 4 heads in a row with Misty to win the game on the spot next turn. I'm sure there's a superior coming, and we're in a lot of trouble. I need 2 out of 6. It's crazy how different this game is if I'd have just had a Tauros on one. Alright, alternatively, if we hit 4 heads on a Misty, we could win the game. Maybe that'll happen, yeah? Yeah, I mean, I guess they can brick on everything, but the run has died. Sad end to an otherwise really good set of games. That's just how the cookie crumbles. If we'd even just hit a little bit above average and hit 1 energy on each of these Misties, we'd have been able to 130 them here and then maybe fade through, but there's a good chance they just run us down here. 7-2's not a bad run on the day. I don't think this matchup is terrible with our average draws, but we rolled pretty hard twice. And the Executor in the first game was pretty uniquely tough for us. Yeah, good games to the opponent. Good luck to them and the rest. And I am going to take my evening back. We don't normally stream till 6 o'clock, but we had a fun run today to do it. Shout out to the folks putting this one on. My Twitch tracker here says we had almost 250 new follows on the day. Awesome. If you missed the better games in this run, we played a ton of awesome ones on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel tomorrow morning, or maybe late tonight, depending on when the editor gets it to me. I'm going to post a cut of the best games from this set. This deck was a ton of fun. We were going to play another tournament tomorrow afternoon as a part of the live stream. I think it starts at 1 or 2 o'clock my time, and we're going to stream a little bit in the morning before that as well. I like to play a different deck every time we play, so I think we're going to play the Wheezing Arbok deck tomorrow that we've been working on since we played this one today. So if you want to see another tournament tomorrow, hopefully we can have another good and fun run then. Let's find someone playing Pokemon Pocket to raid into, huh? So, I don't normally raid non-English content creators, so I know a lot of my audience speaks English, but I'm gonna raid the content creator who we watched some of their matches. They played the Mewtwo deck really well, and it looks like they're playing in something else here still. They're playing some Pokemon Pockets. So you want to hang out and check them out. They made a deep run in the tournament as well, and they're still live, so I'm gonna go ahead and raid you over into them. Be sure to check them out if you want some good gameplay. They seemed like they knew what they were doing. Also, check out the tier list if you haven't done so already on the YouTube side. Put a lot of work into that. It's a great video. I'm gonna raid Hitsu.